Pitt that have to shuffle all these different events, whether it's a concert midweek and a basketball game on the weekend, or in this case, you think about the logistics. You've got, a multi-purpose volleyball floor that has been put in for the NCAA tournament, which Pitt is obviously hosting. Big match tonight against Michigan to advance. Overnight, you got to take that thing off. You got to recalibrate. You got to get the signage ready to go. The marketing folks need to get in there and get ready to go for a basketball game tomorrow evening. So there's a lot of people burning the candle at both ends as we head into the holiday season coming off Thanksgiving, and I wanted to shout them out because we often take them for granted. If you're going to the volleyball match tonight and then you're going to the basketball game tomorrow, it's like, whoa, yeah, this arena looks a little bit different today. It takes a lot of work to do that. Let's take a look at the NC2A volleyball tournament bracket. Panthers obviously a number 1 seed. They took care of business last night against UMBC and are in their second round matchup will be against Michigan tonight, a Big Ten opponent. I think Michigan went 11-9 in the Big Ten this year, but they took care of the 8th-seeded Xavier team last night, 3-0 in the match prior to Pitt's against UMBC. Pitt swept UMBC in 3 sets. And the bracket, the Panthers region sets up good. I mean, SMU is the 2nd seed. Florida advanced. They'll take on SMU. Purdue has already advanced into the 3rd round matchup. Well, they'll take on the winner of SMU and Florida, which will be played today at 8 o'clock. So there's volleyball wall-to-wall in addition to conference championships today in football. And then the Panthers will, if they're able to take care of the Wolverines of Michigan, they'll take on the winner of Minnesota-Ohio State, which is another 8 o'clock first serve tonight. So Pitt will have an idea of its path. In all likelihood, they're heading towards an opportunity in the quarterfinals to take on the winner of Purdue and SMU if they're able to take care of business in these next 2 rounds. Panthers obviously the 1st seed in their region. Kentucky, the 1st seed in theirs. Texas, and then obviously Nebraska. Pitt ranked inside the top 5 virtually all season long. And I can't emphasize enough what this team endured early in the season. Obviously, it was a unusual start for Pitt. They got right into it with big-time matchups right away. Dan Fisher taking his, reigning Final Four team, which lost some really good players, Rachel Fairbanks most notably, and gets right into the thick of it with a big-time matchup against Nebraska, which the Panthers were handled in that one 3-1. Then they lose to Florida. And then they pick up a couple ranked wins against TCU and Arizona State, start to get their footing. But there were stumbles along the way this season, including a loss at Miami, a loss to Stanford, but then rallied towards the back half of the season to get a share of that ACC championship, including a dominant win over Louisville, who've been a thorn in their side, particularly in the postseason, going back to last year. And here we are again. And you can't take it for granted what Dan Fisher's done at Pitt, what he's done with this volleyball program, positioning them to be a national contender year in and year out. And we get to watch it again here as we head up to the holidays. So best of luck to the women tonight against Michigan. And we'll keep following it again. They'll be back next weekend at the Peterson Event Center if they're able to take care of business tonight against the Wolverines. So I said I wanted to talk some Pitt football today. And here's the prompt I'll throw out. Was 2025 a successful season in your eye for the Panthers? Sitting at 8-4, within a game of playing in Charlotte tonight, Virginia and Duke will play for the ACC championship today. We can argue until the cows come home about Duke's worthiness of being in that game, but they're there taking on the Cavaliers. Tony Elliott, the coach of the year in the ACC, has his team poised to win an ACC championship and go to the college football playoff. But Pitt, 8-4. Freshman quarterback, freshman tailback, no Desmond Reed for the majority of the year. A chance to notch a 9th win. Coming off a season where they started 7-0 and lost 6 straight. Was 2025 a successful season? For sure, it left you wanting more. And then we'll talk about maybe what needs to be addressed going into 2026. We'll look ahead a little bit. Because I think 2 of the last 3 games painted a pretty clear picture of what the Panthers need to do to compete with the big boys in the ACC and overall and make a run at a playoff, to construct the type of team that a Texas Tech or Indiana, non-traditional, non-power schools that have wiggled their way into prominence and dominated their leagues. Texas Tech takes on BYU in the Big 12 championship today. Indiana takes on Ohio State in the Big 10 championship, a battle of number 1 and number 2. Georgia, Alabama today in the SEC title game, and then the aforementioned Virginia-Duke matchup in the ACC championship. Let's talk about this 2025 season. I want your thoughts. 412-928-9370. More Panthers Insider after this break.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Second round action of the NCAA volleyball tournament tonight. Pitt takes on Michigan at 7 o'clock. Penn State takes on Texas at 8. Pitt basketball tomorrow takes on Hofstra at 4:30, and that's right here on The Fan with coverage at 3:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Ready to end the year on a rewarding note? It's Dan Zangrilli here to let you know about the Membership Rewards Visa Card promotion right now at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, giving you 5% cash back for every dollar spent. That's now through the end of the year. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hi, this is Bill Hillgrove. Life moves fast, but planning ahead doesn't have to be complicated.
Exactly, Bill. That's why NSS Life offers affordable life insurance and reliable annuities you can count on.
It's the peace of mind you've been looking for.
Because you're not just planning for tomorrow, you're building a future that lasts a lifetime.
NSS Life. Secure today, confident tomorrow.
NSS Life, where family matters.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top-quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and Appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or visit VossTV.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's the Panther Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to Panthers Insider. Pat Bostic with you every Saturday from 8 to 9. Joel Nelson behind the glass. One of Odyssey's employees of the month. Should be the employee of the month every month, Joel. You've got a great disposition. You're a worker.
I appreciate that, Pat. Thank you.
You do a great job with your fan headlines. He's a good man. He's a gentleman. And he's a great value here to us at Odyssey Pittsburgh. A lot going on in the Pitt world, in college football, college volleyball, college basketball. I'm fired up for next weekend. Quick view into my life, in case you care. Going to Philly. Pitt takes on Villanova at the Pavilion in basketball next Saturday. And then I'm going to jet up to New York City. Larry Fitzgerald, ironically, is being given a humanitarian award, which he deserves. That's not ironic, by the Heisman Trust, despite getting snubbed by Jason White for the Heisman in 2003. But looking forward to seeing Fitz and celebrating him. He obviously is represents the best in the University of Pittsburgh, and looking forward to seeing him. So a big weekend next weekend. And obviously Pitt Volleyball looks to advance and continue to host as they press through the NCAA tournament. Again, a number 1 seed, hosting in Pittsburgh. Awesome stuff. This first and second rounds they could host. They obviously would have a regional as well at the Pete next week if they're able to take care of Michigan tonight. So a lot going on there. I said I wanted to talk Pitt football and college football, and this time of year is busy. It's chaotic. It's uncertain. It's different this year. Last year, the portal opened just maybe around next week after the championship games. You had the Bo Pribula story at Penn State. You know, a playoff team, their quarterback was forced to, their backup quarterback, who frankly is a pretty good player, was forced to go into the portal to find his new home where he would be the starter, which ended up being Missouri. And it ended up hurting Penn State because I think he would have helped them against Notre Dame to potentially advance to the national title game. This year it's backed up to January 2nd. So Pitt will go through its off-season work here, get final exams done, get ready for their bowl game, which we'll find out tomorrow. We'll talk about that and assess where they're at. And my prompt prior to the break was this a successful season for Pitt football? 8-4 with a chance to win 9. 9 hasn't happened a whole lot around these parts. And we can discuss what could have been. And I think Sabu from Beaver Falls wants to talk about a big component of what could have been, which was the Louisville game. Sabu, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Pat?
I'm great, man.
Yeah, just the Louisville game. That was a game. That game, and I think the West Virginia game. Those are 2 games. I think looking back, those games they should have won. Those games, I felt. If they beat Louisville, it changes the season. I mean, even the loss to Miami and Notre Dame, it changes the season completely.
Yeah.
And just looking at the season as a whole, I mean, I think you would agree with me. I think the biggest thing that I saw watching these games, for next year, they got to get better up front, offensive. I mean, their offensive line. I mean, pass protection, it was bad at times. It was horrible. It just seemed like Heinzel was running for his life a lot.
Yep.
And that was the biggest thing I saw. I saw too, like penalties. A lot of stretches in the games were just penalties after penalties, unsportsmanlike stuff. Especially we saw it last week. It just that stuff needs to be. If you're going to get into the playoffs, you can't have stuff like that going on. And you talked about it during the radio broadcast during these games. I mean, it's just the penalties. They killed them during the season. The stretches. I mean. So.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I appreciate the call. I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, the Louisville game in particular, the West Virginia game is, takes on a life of its own. Obviously, they didn't have a great year, plucked off a couple wins after that, but weren't competitive in the Big 12. Signed, 49 recruits did West Virginia. And Rich Rodriguez is looking to kind of overhaul that thing, and you can't do that in 1 year. Took a lot of transfers last year. This year, a lot of freshmen coming in. But taking a look at Pitt's season, I mean, I'm just going to go through game by game. I mean, obviously, Duquesne and Central Michigan were games you should win. West Virginia, you have a 10-point lead in that game in the third quarter. You go to overtime and lose. Louisville, you have a 17-0 lead in the game, lose, and you're 2-2. And you're staring a rough season right down the barrel. I mean, you're sitting here on, what's the date after the Louisville game? September 28th on a Sunday. You got Boston College coming up that you don't really know who they are at that point. They've been competitive. You got Dylan Lonergan, the Alabama transfer there. They beat you the year before pretty handily at the end of the season. Bill O'Brien. Then you got Florida State and Tallahassee, which looks like an easier win in hindsight, but looking ahead at that point, you got to figure that's going to be a buzzsaw. Got to go to the Dome at Syracuse. Didn't know who they were at that point. Obviously, they had lost Angeli. NC State's always tough. Go to Stanford, unpredictable. And then you have the 3-game stretch at the end of the season. So even if you split those games, your path to a bowl is a tough road to hoe. But you make a decision at that point to bench Eli Holstein and play Mason Heichel. Had you not lost those 2 games, I can say with a great deal of confidence, just having been in the building, having been around coordinators and head coaches, when you build your team, you put your offseason together, when you commit resources now in this world to a player like an Eli Holstein, if you're sitting there at 4-0 or 3-1, you probably don't make that decision and give Mason Heichel the opportunity to get started against Boston College the way he did. And we could talk about the penalties and the discipline and all those things. And then you proceed, and I'm trying to paint this picture of glass half full, but what's still left to be filled. You beat Boston College 48-7. Larger margin of victory than your game against Central Michigan. You beat Florida State on the road. They're ranked at the time. They're coming off a loss to Miami. So you beat Boston College by double digits. Syracuse 30-13, double digits. You beat NC State by 21 points, double digits. You beat Stanford 35-20 by double digits. Notre Dame you get taken care of pretty easily. They beat you 37-15. You beat a ranked ACC championship-bound Georgia Tech team handily, 42-28. Game was in peril at times, but you took care of business. So 5 of your 6 wins towards the end of the season to get to 8, you win by double digits in conference. Win 6 conference games. So to those of you out there that are saying, oh, they could have been 6-6, not really. I mean, show me what game was in jeopardy other than Georgia Tech. Florida State, maybe. That's the only one. So 7-5. But your quarterback and star All-American, all-purpose back, that was basically his shining moment of the season, were terrific in that game, and your defense was opportunistic. If anything, you look back to the West Virginia and Louisville game and say, man, we let that get away. But if I'd have told you, someone approached me, I don't know if it's at the grocery store or a restaurant or something, which game do you want back, West Virginia or Louisville? I'd take Louisville back. West Virginia can have it. I'd take Louisville back because of the conference implications. The only thing I might have done differently in that game if I'm Pat Narduzzi is just put Heinzel in at the end of the game when you made the decision. They went with Cole Gonzalez to try to claw back into and win that game. But you lose those two games and find Mason Heinzel in the process and put him in and insert him in the lineup and turn the page to a new chapter that has a lot of potential. And then there's Miami and Notre Dame. So we've settled that, right? Louisville and West Virginia, as disappointing as they are to look back upon, were key components to a decision that was made to play a quarterback that everyone believed in, but just didn't know when he was going to get his chance. And you put him in, and obviously we know what happened. And then you see the levels to it. And you play Miami, and you play Notre Dame, and it's blatantly obvious. There's a talent discrepancy, and there always has been. Miami and Notre Dame get the best of the best. But games are often the tenor of a game, the accumulation component, the attrition component of a football game starts up front. And the Panthers were undermanned on both lines in these games. And that's what you need to address, obviously, this offseason. Let's go to Russ in Mount Lebanon. My guy. Russ, good morning.
Good morning, Pat. You know, I'm a glass half empty kind of guy, but I want to talk about something else. They did what I thought they'd do. I mean, what I thought they did is better than I thought expected to do. I'll give them that. My issue, Pat, and it's an issue you could help address or the AD could help address, it's the Pitt alumni. I mean, that Miami game, it was a big game. The crowd, I know that the students weren't there, but the crowd was not where it should be for a game like that on a Thanksgiving weekend. And the whole thing, Pitt alumni just don't support anything. I mean, I didn't go to Pitt, but I went to the Louisville volleyball game. I see a couple volleyball games a year. I had a Pitt wrestling season ticket for a while. That's another story. But anyway, to put it in perspective, my daughter is a Penn State grad. Her husband's a Penn State grad. They live in Hershey. They're driving tomorrow, like 2 hours to go see Penn State wrestle. They see Penn State wrestle maybe 3 or 4 times a year. I mean, they're alumni and I have family who are Pitt alumni, and they have no interest in going to see any Pitt sports. It's with young kids. You have to get the alumni somehow motivated, and it starts by winning games.
Yeah.
I mean, people get excited about, okay, they're going to play Notre Dame, and they play terrible. And then they play Miami, and they play terrible. So the people that maybe have some interest going, that interest dies. And you're in a bad situation here because you got the Steelers, and they just take the air out of everything. So you have to be able to get your alumni to these games. Like I said, I'm not an alumni, but I go to these events and make an effort to go. And the alumni got to get more involved.
I agree with you, Russ, and I appreciate the call. And I'll address that. I always appreciate hearing from you. I've long thought this. And this is just facts. It's my opinion, but it's. Please argue with me if you feel differently. And Joel, you can tally this one. I know you're a Nittany Lion guy, but two things, right? I mean, Pitt for the longest time was a commuter school. It was a school that locals went to, and commuted to. It did not have the academic prestige always that it has now. Really unprecedented levels of academic prestige. It's the talent, the student body is comprised of a lot of different areas now of our country and our world. It wasn't always like that. Secondly, a lot of people that go to Pitt live in Pittsburgh. You said your daughter Russ lives in Hershey. Well, they have to plan to go to State College. If Joel wants to go to State College, you can't just on a whim say I'm going. You got to plan around it. You can decide to go to a Pitt game on Saturday at 10 a.m. because it's right down the street. So the novelty of it is different. In my opinion, the novelty of it is different. And we have to create experiences that are different. And that's the challenge. You'll hear that from Alan Green and his team, right, of differentiating the Pitt experience in Pittsburgh, but overall, and creating value for our students now and our younger alums that will be the fans, the season ticket holders, the donors of the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years that are memorable. And I tell you, what gives me great optimism is how that student section's looked the last 5 years. I mean, they are as engaged as they've ever been. I used to say when I was in school, man, if we could get the Oakland Zoo to be the Panther Pit, it would be something. And they've done that. It's been terrific. The other thing I would say is this. A good crowd for a Pitt game at Acrisure Stadium, which has been a terrific partner for Pitt, regardless of what you think about Old Pitt Stadium and those things. We can wax nostalgic all day. The 68,000 is too big. If you were constructing a stadium from the ground for Pitt, it's too big. And it creates a very difficult standard to rise to. We got a bunch of callers chiming in, and Sean wants to counter my point. We'll let Sean chime in. Sean, good morning.
Good morning, Pat. How are you?
Good. How are you, man?
I'm well. I agree in parts with your point, but my issue is you're really talking economies of scale when it comes to the stadium piece. You remember back when we were at Pitt Stadium in the 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, et cetera? We weren't filling that stadium either.
Agreed.
That's the problem. It's a product base. We haven't had a good product since the early 80s, with the exception of the Kenny Pickett run. The issue isn't stadium. The issue isn't alumni support. You need to put a better product on the field if you want the support. I'm going to pause, hang up, and listen to your counter.
Yeah, no, I'm going to ask you one question, Sean. Oh, he's hanging up. It is economies of scale. It always has been an issue for Pitt. Pitt's in a pro city. It's a challenge. I would ask this, if Pitt Stadium, and Coach Wannstedt used to tell me this. This is a fascinating discussion. I didn't know we'd go here. But here we are. Russ, you can always count on Russ to bring it up. This isn't a stadium conversation. Let me put it that way. I'm not gonna put my flag in the ground on that one, or die on that hill. But was Pitt Stadium too big for Pitt? And this isn't an admission of failure. It's just being realistic. We got to take a break. When we come back, we'll resume this conversation. And I want to talk about Pitt moving forward, bowl game. Lot to look forward to, lot to be excited about. We'll dive into that next on Panthers Insider on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Money and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tonight, second round action of the NCAA volleyball tournament. Pitt will take on Michigan at 7. Penn State takes on Texas at 7:30. Tomorrow, Pitt basketball in action against Hofstra at 4. That's on the Fan with coverage at 3:30. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Dive into the world of legendary music with the Gilmore Project, Wish You Were Here, 50th anniversary, performing live at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on Thursday, December 11th. Experience the artistry of Jeff Pevar, Prairie Prince, Kasim Sultan, Mark Karen, and Scott Guberman as they bring to life Gilmore-centric Pink Floyd classics and rare solo treasures. Buy your tickets now at librarymusichall.com. The Gilmore Project live at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall, December 11th. Another Drisky Entertainment event.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Your neighbors, your family, the people of Western Pennsylvania.
That's us, LGKG, with roots right here for over 90 years. When you need trusted personal injury attorneys, we bring experience and heart.
Free case review. 0 fees unless we win.
LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with Alla Familia's 5- and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, Diablo, and Bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at allafamiliafinefoods.com.
Let's return to the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well, Joel, this show today has escalated quickly. We went from talking about folks and their opinions of the success of the 2025 team, with largely I think people are encouraged with the progress, understand the need for improvement, and look back at those 2 games in September with some disgust, and I echo those sentiments. But we've transitioned into talking about attendance, alumni support, which is all a part of it. And I will say this before we take 3 calls we have lined up. You know, it's often a chicken and egg conversation, right? It's product. Sean said it's product based when he called in. That's true, but support, both financial and showing up to games and being there, having played at Pitt, it means more. It means a lot when there are fans in the stands. Games like that, I know Notre Dame, you're going to say, oh, Pitt didn't play great and it was a full stadium. Well, Notre Dame had something to do with that. But if you had a full stadium for Louisville, if you had a full stadium, you know, I'm just hypothetically, that's more, those are more dollars that can be used for the program. If indeed folks hadn't bought tickets prior, and those that buy tickets obviously showing up to the games and utilizing those tickets, even if you're out of town, you can transfer them. You can go to PittsburghPanthers.com. We can help you out. That is a part of the formula to winning, is creating a great game day environment for your fans to enjoy, to create new generations of fans, and for players to feel like, man, we got a bunch of people behind us. And don't get me wrong, the tried and true, the loyal ones, I appreciate you more than you know. Let's go to Scott and Jeanette. Scott, good morning.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm great, man. Thanks for the call.
Sure. Hey, I think, I've been a Pitt fan since I was a very young man. I remember fondly walking up Cardiac Hill with my dad to watch Panthers with Hugh Green and back in those days. But I think the expectation as a Pitt fan, we need to realize, the ceiling is probably going to be an 8 or 9 win season, and you may occasionally catch lightning in a bottle and get to 10 or 11 wins, maybe an outside shot at getting a playoff berth. But I think even a playoff berth is only going to be attainable if they expand again with the playoffs to go to similar something you see in like a Division III football. But I think part of the biggest problem with Pitt, as a fan watching, and I watched a lot of games on TV, I've seen some in person, they make some of the absolute stupidest, undisciplined plays. And I think if you see coaches like Saban, Kirby Smart, Freeman, the better teams don't do that. And that seems to have become a staple of a Narduzzi-coached team. Even Signetti. I just watched an interview last night that Signetti did. And, I played football at IUP. My son played football at IUP. Signetti obviously was an IUP. He had a lot to do with changing that culture up there. Yep. And that was at a D2 level. But what he does, and one of the things he talked about was at one of his first games in Indiana, one of his players was on the sidelines having a conversation with fans. And he literally said he walked over, pulled his headset off, and told the guy, don't ever do it again or you won't be on this football team, to set a tone. And I just don't think there's a tone like that in Pittsburgh with Narduzzi. There's just too many boneheaded plays that take place that allow drives to be extended, that, they're correctable mistakes, but they seem to happen every week. And then the final thing, I am going to put a plug in about a stadium, I'm sorry, but
oh, baby.
All I wanted to say was, I had this conversation with people. If you watched the Tulane game last night,
yeah,
a stadium similar to Tulane is what Pitt needs. That stadium has 30,000 seats. It can be expanded in the future to 40,000. It's not on a big footprint for property, and they sell out their stadium. And I think that gives, when you have recruits come in, and even if it's only 35,000 fans, but the place is packed and the environment is good, that helps you in recruiting. When you go to Acrisure and there's 32,000 people in the stands and all you see is a sea of yellow empty seats, you got recruited, Pat. That's an issue.
Yeah.
When you're comparing it to other universities. I'm going to stop and just listen to your response.
There's
Thanks.
no question. I appreciate the call, Scott. And it's been a challenge for many a coach and many a administrator, many a player at Pitt to overcome. There's a lot of redeeming qualities about the program. Obviously, there's been a lot of success and a lot of great players that have played there. But in order to get over the top, these are the kind of issues that you have to address that have nothing to do with X's and O's or blocking and tackling. Relative to the penalties, again, I'm at practice a lot. To say that discipline is not coached would be a fabrication. I think there's a fine line between certainly what are selfish penalties and what are effort penalties, and we saw some selfish penalties in that Miami game, back-to-back almost, and that cannot happen, and it will be addressed, needs to be addressed. Let's go to Bo in the car. Bo.
Hey, Pat, thanks for taking my call.
You got it, man.
They should just blow up the south side because that other guy on the other side of the wall can't control his players either. So, listen, it's all about the horses. You got the horses, then you can make a bad call and they'll make it right. But about the stadium, Pitt sold their soul to UPMC and the Rooneys.
We lost.
They needed another tenant down there. And Pitt absolutely should have a smaller stadium and have a reason or a cause for us to have a need to buy season tickets. It is too easy to go down and decide at the last minute whether you want to golf or whether you want to go watch the Panthers. And Pitt has had some of the amazing talent ever in college football, and there's such passion, but the numbers just aren't there. We're a city a team in a city with a professional team, and across the nation, no college team that shares a stadium or a city with a college or professional team rather sells out, and that does affect recruiting and everything else.
I appreciate the call, Bo. Thanks for your input. Let's go to Mark in Burgettstown. Mark, good morning.
Hey, Pat, what's up? Larry's buddy. Larry Vinny's buddy.
Oh, babe. What's up, man? I should have known when I saw Burgettstown.
First of all, when our football season starts, the Pirates are still playing. You have Skeens pitching. You got 30,000 people over there, and we're playing the same day they are. So, you got to pick and choose. Then the Penguins are starting. Then the next day the Steelers are playing. There's another 70,000 over there. So there's a big difference between Pitt and those pro teams. And the next thing, if you get a 35,000-seat stadium doesn't make no sense at all because we probably average about 50,000 a game.
I appreciate the call, Mark.
You're not making no sense when you're getting a 35,000-seat stadium.
Well,
because it looks still, that doesn't mean you're bringing people in the stands.
Well, we could quibble about the numbers. I think I haven't thrown out 35,000. I appreciate the call, Mark. It's been others that have mentioned, I think, relative to Tulane. And let me be clear here, and I'm running out of time, and this is why I'm going to lobby here publicly for a 2-hour show as we move forward. I hope Craig Riley hears that. I love Craig. This is more to do with generating, going back to my good friend Russ in Mount Lebanon, generating fan interest, fan support, attendance, and so forth. It has less to do, yes, you can argue a stadium's role in that. And that was the purpose of the conversation, not to get into a stadium discussion. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to not talk to Jim and Jefferson, who I love, and God bless him. His wife Vera passed away some time ago, and she's a huge Pitt fan who's still hailing from above. Alan in the car, Don in North Huntington. Appreciate you guys calling in. Just running out of time here. This is how I'm going to close, and I hope everyone that called in is still listening because, I do have a vested interest in a role in kind of how Pitt is factoring into the college football landscape, right? And a stadium conversation has always loomed, and it's been the dark cloud over everybody at Pitt. But as we sit here today, the most important thing, and this gets back to the conversation about this Pitt program moving forward, the most important thing, without question, to being competitive in college football is roster construction, talent acquisition, and retention. Period. End of story. I don't care if you play in a parking lot or, at Moon High School or at Acrisure Stadium or at Pitt Stadium. The ability to aggregate resources, both under the cap, right? We're seeing roster numbers out there now with these new coaches that are being hired, including Matt Campbell at Penn State, with promises of up to $25-30 million of NIL money for football, right? Well, that doesn't fall within the $20.5 million cap, right? How's that happening? It's illegal. No, it's not. No, it's not. And that is how, in my opinion, regardless of future discussions about stadium and hypothetical discussions, the most important thing we can do in this marketplace, if we want Pitt football to compete on a national level, is to invest in talent acquisition, retention, and player development. And the way you do that is you mobilize the region, local businesses around legitimate third-party NIL, period. And I'm right in the middle of that. So that's a shameless plug for the work I'm doing. You want to get your football NIL up to $20 to $25 million so you can go toe-to-toe with the Indianas, the Texas Techs, the Penn States, the Ohio States. Are you going to go blow for blow or you're going to fight fire with fire? Probably not. But then it comes down to the deployment of those resources. So actively right now, obviously, the salary cap, revenue share cap has been set and will continue to move over time, likely on schedule and off schedule. But how we are able to create an ecosystem here in Pittsburgh that surrounds football, men's basketball, volleyball, sports that we want to be incredibly competitive. We want everyone to be competitive, but obviously we know football is the economic engine. It's what makes everything go. The degree to which we can be effective there will have a lot to do with what happens on fall Saturdays or Friday nights or whatever day you play on. And that, to me, that's the big ball right in front of you. That's the 6 inches in front of your face right now, is finding a way to be effective in that space. That's where my focus is. I know that's Alan Green's spoken about that, how critical it is. And everything else is important. But as a fan base, as a city, as a region, that's our charge. And that'll be what's helpful to Pat Narduzzi and his program as they look to fill and address the gaps that exist between the likes of Pitt and the likes of the Miamis and Notre Dames that we saw in late November. Been a banger of a show. Joel, thanks for the man in the ones and twos and taking the calls. I apologize to Alan and Don. Call me back next week. I might be live from Philly, I guess. So I'll be remote, but I'll take your call. And we'll look forward to resuming this discussion. Best of luck to the volleyball girls tonight. Big one against Michigan. Survive in advance. We'll look forward to seeing them next weekend. And stay warm out there. I'm going to be putting Christmas lights up today, so say a prayer for me. Have a great weekend. Hail to Pitt.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The GolfSteelCity.com membership card is back. It's 17 free green fees for only $44.99. The perfect gift for Pittsburgh golfers. $500 of free golf for just $44.99. Free courses include Manitou, Meadow Lane, Oakland Beach, Pine Hill, River Forest, Rolling Fields, Sylvan Heights Golf Course, the Links at Spring Church, White Oak, and more. This discounted special ends after Christmas, so visit GolfSteelCity.com now. That's GolfSteelCity.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
I vote shuffleboard or pool table.
No, we need a jukebox.
What about foosball?
Sorry, kids. I'm voting a poker table. I win.
Mom.
You know, if we go to Leon's Billiards and More, we can get stuff for everyone.
Kids, listen to your mother. She's always right.
Mark this day on the calendar.
Create the ultimate game room in your home. Find games, furniture, lighting, and more. Leon's Billiards and More is open 7 days a week. Check out all the holiday deals today. Leon's Billiards and More. Perry Highway, Wexford. Online at leonsbilliards.com.
This is Pat Bostic. Every foundation poured, every beam placed, every mile of asphalt laid. P.J. Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group take pride in building Pittsburgh's future. Their work shapes our communities, leaving a lasting impact for generations. With passion, craftsmanship, and an unwavering commitment to excellence, they build more than structures. They build legacies. Ready to be part of something bigger? Join the team where hard work meets passion. Learn more at pjdick.com.
We're going to be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're going to miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PITT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
With Target, gifting has never been easier. This Saturday and Sunday, Target gift cards are 10% off with Target Circle. Treat everyone on your list to something you know they'll love. Gift cards for the trendsetters, the techies, the fashionistas, the foodies, and even yourself. The perfect time to save is now. This deal is a yearly fave, so hurry. Get more gifting for your buck and save 10% on Target gift cards with Target Circle for 2 days only. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. The holiday season again features the City of Pittsburgh's Gingerbread House Competition, presented by Clearview. View hundreds of edible creations online and cast your vote for People's Choice Award through December 31st. Details at getinvolved.pittsburghpa.gov. Get up with Nick Callis and the Fan Early Morning Show every Monday through Friday from 5 a.m. to 5:40, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life. Rediscover your strength and confidence at Steel City Medical Center and get up with Nick and the Fan Early Morning Show every weekday morning at 5. Get to Tapped Brick Oven and Pour House in Greensburg and ask about Christmas food and drink specials. Also now booking holiday parties only at Tapped Brick Oven and Pour House. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. NFL Sunday's coming. You've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate. And FanDuel's going to come at you with something extra. It's not just another NFL Sunday. Here is your chance to place that perfect parlay. Hit your go-to player prop, and now making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. All customers get 50% profit boost on any NFL bet this Sunday. You've got the Steelers and Ravens butting heads. Pittsburgh a 6-point underdog in this game. Very low total. Two struggling teams, and yet they're still playing for first place. And you can bet on this game with the 50% profit boost on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus in present Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bauer Hauser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Second round NCAA volleyball action tonight. Pitt will take on Michigan at 7 o'clock. Penn State takes on Texas at 7:30. Tomorrow, Steelers Ravens at 1 o'clock. Fan Game Day with Donnie Football, Mark Cabali, and Jeff Hathorn gets you ready for the contest at 10 o'clock. And Pitt basketball will take on Hofstra Sunday at 4. Coverage on The Fan at 3:30. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. And now it's a Saturday morning with Jim Colony.
Live and local sports news on the weekends? Imagine that. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Yeah, I'm back. It's like I love my retirement job at the golf course. You know, it's been like 4 years since I, quote-unquote, retired. 4 years, almost. I mean, it was like February of 2022 was after that Steelers season ended the way, well, all Steelers seasons seem to end. And probably will again, if not sooner, quite honestly. We'll get into that here a little bit because obviously a lot to talk about with the local pro football franchise, which continues to be mismanaged. And they have normally this time of year, well, I'll just tease it real quick because I'm going to need your help when it comes, well, for a number of reasons. Number one, you hear my voice is cracking up a little bit. You get older. Sometimes you have certain medical procedures. They stick things down your throat, for example, which is better than sticking things up other places. So it's still trying to recover from that. But it's not doing too bad. But I would enjoy some conversation that would help me a little bit. And that's why when I was in with Jeff Hathorn the day after Thanksgiving, it helped basically for him to do all the work. So what, 928-9370? Joel, do I have that correct? Joel is my producer today. And we'll get his Penn State thoughts coming up here in just a little bit. So 412-928-9370. That's also the fan text line, which reminds me to say that the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And then you do the Edgar point. So people text, like, Pat Bostic was on earlier with his Pitt show. And then, so I'm looking at the text line where people texted him. Here's one, Pat, do you always do Saturdays? Well, yeah. How many years has he been doing the Saturday show between 8 and 9 o'clock? It was before I retired.
Something like that, 3 or 4 years now?
Well, no, but it's been 4 years. You were paying attention. So it was like the last year that I worked full-time at the radio station was 2021. So that was 4 years ago. And I retired in February of 2022. I'm pretty sure Pat's been doing the show a lot longer than that. But at any rate, the answer to that question is, Pat, you always do Saturdays, and the answer is yes. He's there all the time, not just during football season. And so he works, he does, is that yeoman's work? A yeoman is actually, basically was a captain's secretary in the Navy, I believe. And that's pretty much but the yeoman did all sorts of stuff, basically, is that's where that savings come from. And not like a secretary. What would the Brits have called it? What was a valet? We call it a valet, but they call it a valet. So yeah, he does, the yeoman's work all year round. And he's on Saturdays from 8 to 9 o'clock. And then during the season, it's Bucko Talk. And so I will actually mention the Buccos here a little bit, which reminds me again that since I'm old, recently turned 70. Now, when you have milestone birthdays, there are a lot of milestone birthdays. Like, well, actually, my first milestone birthday, I guess, it's when you're 16. You're old enough to drive a car. But I didn't get my license until I was almost 17 due to some red tape issues in New Hampshire or whatever, our school district and driver's ed. So anyway, 16 is one. 18 was another because that was the legal age when I was turning 18. And then 21 is another one, obviously. Voting was one. But then all of a sudden you get into you're getting old milestones, 30, where, what was it, Abby Hoffman back in the 60s said he didn't trust anybody, don't trust anyone over the age of 30. And that was said probably around 1966 or 7, when Abby Hoffman was probably 25 or 26. And he said, don't trust anybody over 30. And then another one is 40. And that's a lot of people say it's a big one, which is why it used to be back in the day that women always said they were 39 years old because they never wanted to turn 40. And maybe guys do that too. So that's a little sexist. But again, that's the way that it was back when my mother turned 40, which was in the mid-60s. And then, of course, there's 50, which I remember my dad talking about, being a senior citizen. He could get into the Keene, New Hampshire Senior Citizen Center when he was 50 years old. Holy crap. That was like 20 years ago for me. And then 60 is a big one, and then now you get to 70, and at some point it doesn't really matter. Although, as I think I mentioned, we did have, I might have mentioned this back in March, the last time I did one of these Saturday shows. And yes, the stream of consciousness is flowing already. That a bunch of us, at our 50th high school reunion, we had lost so many people right around it that one of the girls, one of the 70-year-old girls, had an idea that in 2025, when we're all turning 70 years old, we should have like a big 70th birthday party. And we did. Come to find out subsequently that there are other people, we're not the only people in Keene, New Hampshire that thought of this. Other people do it too. And then I found out like the guys that are 10 years older than we are, they had an 80th birthday party. And so I'm sure that's done all over the place. And that's a nice way to do it, to get everybody together. But at some point, it's not worth keeping track. Because you know what, you're here, you wake up, and you're happy to do it. But there are certain medical things that crop up that you never thought would happen to you. And in my case, luckily, it's pretty minor. Obviously, when it comes to some of my friends, it's a lot more serious than that. So anyway, how I got to that is because we're going to do some old guy sports talk at 10 o'clock with my good buddy Bob Smizek. And I probably haven't talked to Bob since the last time I had him on this show. Now, we text every now and again, but it was probably quite a while ago since I've talked to him. And he's still like a big, as old guys, we're still at the core when we first started following sports. Now, maybe it was different for Bob because he grew up here. I grew up in New Hampshire, in New England, where baseball was the thing growing up. It was all about baseball was the number one sport. Now here, when Bob was growing up, maybe it was already football, but I have a sneaking suspicion that baseball, was the national pastime. It was still considered the number one sport. So anyway, we're going to talk, we'll talk about the Pirates actually have made a couple of moves in the last 2 days, one of which even my friends in New England think is a good move for the Pirates because, of course, I'd never heard of this guy. But anyway, we'll talk about Pirates. But I also want to get Bob's take on the Steelers of the 60s, because I remember collecting football cards, and, when you get a football card and you get a guy named Dick Shiner, that's just kind of funny, right? You're 11 years old and you get a football card that says Dick Shiner. I mean, you can't help but laugh. And then there was also Kent Nix, who I guess probably was kind of like Bubby and Neil, in the late 80s, early 90s, where there was either one of those guys was the number one quarterback, the other guy wasn't. And I think that's the way it was with Kent Nix and Dick Shiner. I bring them up because what we witnessed last weekend was probably, it was the worst Steeler offensive performance since the days of Dick Shiner and Kent Nix. And so I'd like to get Bob's recollections of when he was a kid watching Dick Shiner and Kent Nix. And then we'll talk about some other stuff too. Penguins are interesting right now. And they put up a stinkeroo, and then the next game they're great, and until they almost weren't great, or they weren't great, but they had a big lead, then they blew whatever. It's just you kind of never know what you're going to get. Although with this Penguins team, it seems like they're worth watching and worth paying attention to, and not so they can tank for McKenna, who's not even like the number one NCAA prospect. Because the Penguins have the number one prospect, at least in terms of goals, the guy that they drafted last year, he's in Michigan, with Horkoff. So anyway, there's a lot of stuff. I'm kind of going all over the place. But really what I want coming up next here, actually, what did I leave out? I don't know. There's some other stuff that I jotted down that I jot down from time to time, like non-sports stuff, like Steel City Con. Joel, have you ever gone to Steel City Con? Have you ever gone to one of those things? Because that's this weekend in Monroeville.
I have not been to one of those.
No. Would you like to go to one of those things?
Maybe sometime down the road?
Yeah, I don't know. I looked at the lineup, for the guys, and not to disparage anybody who's there, but I don't know. The ones that stand out and how much it costs to get your picture taken with these guys. It's like $150 to get a picture with John Stamos. It's a lot less to get one with Dave Coulier, and they were in the same show, Full House show, or as our kids called it, the Olsen twins were. What was her name in that show? You wouldn't remember. You're too young for that. Michelle, I think that was her name, the Michelle show, because she was the same age as our younger son, Pat. So he had kind of a thing for the Michelles, back when they were 5 or whenever that show was on. If you were an older guy, you might have had a thing for Lori Loughlin until you found out that she and her husband cheated to try to get their kids get scholarships in college. But that's a lot more recent. But anyway, so there's a lot of these guys who were, some of them, I mean, Stamos is like a big deal. But you get a lot of guys who were, as my friend Colin Dunlap would say, down the liners at these things. But then if you're kind of I've always been a fan of down the liners, maybe, being one myself, that it's, you kind of like people that are in obscure roles in not obscure films, but that they're just people that, like, for example, we're going to go to a show later on today. Here I am. I'm just all over the place. We're going to go to this show called Yippee-Ki-Yay. Okay, it's at the Greer Theater downtown, and it's a small theater. I'm kind of looking forward to this, and I think we have a table like up front, but basically it's a parody of Die Hard, Yippee-Ki-Yay. And my favorite guy, okay, so obviously if everybody knows Die Hard, right? So Bruce Willis is the main guy. He's a badass. But with other people that are, and obviously Alan Rickman. Okay, Hans was tremendous. But you have Alexander Goodenough, who's a ballet guy, who was he's the blonde-haired guy whose brother gets killed, and Alexander Goodenough does not take kindly to that. So that's kind of a mid-level thing. And then you had Carl Winslow from Family Matters, who was the cop, Reginald Van Gleason, I think it is, or Reginald Van whatever. And so that's a great role for him. You also get the cop, who was Paul Gleason was the guy, who was also Beaks in Trading Places. And he's like an idiot cop. But my favorite down the liner in that was a guy named Hart Bachner, who played the role of Ellis, who was like, Hans, booby, I'm your white knight. And then Hans proceeds to just drill him and just shoot him because he knew that Ellis was a useless piece of crap who didn't know what he was talking about. So a guy I listed, 5 or 6 stars from that movie, and yet Ellis would be the guy that I'd want to meet out of all those people. Carl Winslow would be pretty cool, and Paul Gleason, who is no longer with us, and I'm not sure about some of the others. But obviously, Bruce Willis isn't doing all that well. But anyway, we're going to Yippee-Ki-Yay, which is, I'll be interested to see how they treat that, because Die Hard and it is a Christmas movie. So that means it'll be coming up again. And we usually watch it every Christmas. But this Christmas is going to be different for the first time. We're not really doing a thing at our house, or at least the main thing at our house. I'll get into that a little bit later. But, okay, enough of that. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. All right, so we got that. And you can follow me at jcolony, JCOLONY 13. And that's me on Twitter. I'm also on Facebook, where I post occasionally. Sometimes not about sports. But anyway, coming up next, though, here's where I need your help. Because the Steelers are playing a game on Sunday, which is very important. A lot of times at this time of year, you'd have the Steelers and Ravens playing for first place in the AFC North. That's not uncommon. It's happened how many times over the last almost 20 years now, where it's Steelers, Ravens, AFC North, first place at stake late in December. But normally, and maybe not so much lately, but a lot of times, the Steelers would be 9 at this point after 12 games. The Steelers would be 9-3. The Ravens would be 9-3. You have like 2 9-3 teams. First place is at stake. Now they're both 6-6. And for some reason, I have a suspicion, and I caught a little bit of some of the Baltimore guys on our show this week, that if you talk to people in Baltimore, they're afraid that their team's going to lose because they're just not what they used to be. And here, I'm pretty sure that most of you, are kind of dreading this game because you either are afraid or you know that the Steelers are going to lose. But I don't know when I've had less confidence in a Steeler team than I do going into this game, except for the fact that the Ravens are vulnerable too. But what I'd like you to do at 412-928-9370 is please give me a call, or you can text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line. 412-928-9370. If you're confident, tell me how the Steelers can win. Tell me why they're going to win, why you think they're going to win. What gives you a reason to think they're going to win? And if nobody calls, then that either means one of two things. A, nobody's listening. B, nobody cares. Or C, everybody agrees that the Steelers, that they have no confidence in the Steelers. And you almost can't base it on what you saw last week, because what you get from week to week, and not just here, but in the NFL, you don't know what to expect. It's just every time you think you've figured something out, it's like the opposite happens. But again, 412-928-9370. Please chip in so my voice can recover a little bit. Tell me why you think the Steelers are going to win. I have not quite zero confidence, maybe 20 to 25% confidence that the Steelers are going to win the game. It'll probably be close because it usually is, almost always is. But it might be just an awful game, like one of those really ugly, ugly games. So who knows? All right, I'm Jim Colony. This is 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
That Steelers-Ravens game is 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon. Fan game day. Ahead of that, gets ready for the contest with Donnie Football, Mark Cabali, and Jeff Hathorn, and that begins at 10 o'clock. Also on Sunday, Pitt basketball takes on Hofstra at 4. That's on the Fan with coverage at 3:30. Penguins take on the Stars at 6 on Sunday. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Stacy, are you wearing yoga pants to go shopping?
Oh, we're not going out shopping. We're staying in with JTV.
I love jewelry television. Their pearls, their lab-grown diamond jewelry.
Oh, hello. What about their Italian gold and moissanite fire?
Okay, but what about the guys on my holiday list?
Relax. JTV has gifts galore, even for men, like watches and sunglasses.
Watch JTV live and on streaming or shop JTV.com for up to 80% off select items.
Ready to shop?
Yes, but can I borrow a pair of sweats?
If you've been waiting to try learning a new language with Babbel, now is the time. For just a few more days, you can unlock all of the languages on Babbel with a lifetime subscription at our largest discount of the year. Where will Babbel take you? Find out at Babbel.com. Y una cosa más. This is your last chance because our biggest sale of the year ends on December 7th. For just a few more days, you can get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality. trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Tis the season for making memories. Give the gift of more time together at the Dick's House of Sport Outdoor Ice Rink, now open. Join us on the ice for events all winter long. Enjoy open skates and skate sharpening. Rent the rink, host a party, learn to skate, and more. Plus, shop the widest selection of the hottest brands like Nike, Carhartt, Columbia, UGG, Stanley, and the North Face. Unforgettable moments start here at Dick's House of Sport. Visit dicks.com/House of Sport to see what's happening on the ice.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune into Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. We're here so you don't miss a thing.
I'm turning it up.
Live and local on the weekends. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Okay, the text line is always fun, and I'd like to thank Joel Nelson, who's doing all the yeoman's work, as it were. He logged me on here because I can't get to the text line as me. I've never been able to get to the text line as me, but now there's a new system of login credentials and so forth and so on that I can't get there. So Joel did, so I can see the text line, and I appreciate it. A couple people are upset that I'm not talking about sports. Well, I mean, I'm going to here, obviously, because I asked, about the Steelers and if you have confidence in them. But you know what? I mean, at some point, and I mentioned about being old and stuff like that, and it's not kind of like I don't care, but I'm on here for a couple of hours, and if I want to kind of go all over the place, and that's what I'm going to do, because that's kind of what I do, and that's just kind of it. I do have sports opinions, obviously, but it's just I'm just here to have a little bit of fun. And I did happen to notice, if you watch TV, you look in the, you're online and you see ads for the Steel City Con. So I thought I'd break that up, and then bring that up, and then I start going down different roads, and I tend to do that, and I also understand that I haven't been for lack of a better term, a daily part of these Pittsburgh sports landscape for going on, like I said, 4 years. And so there's probably a lot of people listening going as somebody, prefaced one of the text questions or comments with WTF. So you're probably, but I'd say you're listening going what, who the heck is this guy kind of stuff. Well, that's kind of what I am. And so that's that. So with that in mind, and I might read some of the texts here in a little bit. But with that in mind, I asked, people have confidence in the Steelers or to convince me that there's somehow the Steelers can win the game. So, of course, we're going to go to the first guy. Joel, let's go to Gary, who's not even going to ask me about the Steelers. Gary, what's up, man?
It's surprising, you guys, that the Dallas Cowboys never retired Tony Dorsett's number.
Well, they don't retire numbers, but it is a weird situation in that, and thanks for the call, I'll answer the question, because I did look that up, because a couple of people, including my son, one of our kids was over for Thanksgiving, and we have the Dallas game on, and he's wondering, why there's a guy like Javonte Williams wears number 33. And the situation in Dallas is much like it is here, where they have a Ring of Honor, and they actually had theirs first. And it's a good idea because there are a finite number of numbers that you can use. Now, they've opened it up since, because one of the things that I always thought, well, what are the Steelers doing giving up? And as much as I love Yancey Thigpen, for example, John Stallworth was number 82. And why is somebody else wearing number 82? Why is Andre Hastings wearing number 88? Manuel Sanders, I believe, was 88. So why? And because there were only so many receivers had to be in the 80s. Now it's different. They've opened up the numbers where you can use the single-digit numbers. And Adam Thielen is in town. We'll see if he plays on Sunday. He's going to wear number 16. Number 33 is in the Ring of Honor, but they're giving it out. Now, having said that, the Steelers have managed to go through the years without giving out number 32, and that's the equivalent. I mean, Tony Dorsett is to Dallas what Franco Harris is to Pittsburgh, and why they. And the other weird thing is that maybe Emmitt Smith, I guess, would be the Franco Harris, but whatever. I mean, Tony Dorsett was one of the all-time greats. And I actually thought his name would come up on Thanksgiving when Dallas had the ball like the 1 yard line, and I remember I thought, and they went to a timeout after the change of possession. I thought, sure as you know what, CBS was going to come back and they were going to show Tony Dorsett go for 99 yards and a touchdown. It was actually like 99 and a half. I mean, the ball with Dorsett, you can't have a longer play from scrimmage than Dorsett had. But at any rate, that's their story. They haven't given out 22, though, since Emmitt Smith retired. And there are other numbers that they haven't given out, like Troy Aikman's number, maybe even Michael Irvin's number, Roger Staubach's number. They haven't given out either. Maybe there are some others. But basically, that's the answer that they give. Okay, I need some confidence. We've only got a couple people here that apparently have any confidence whatsoever in the Steelers. Let me see if I can do this myself. If I go like that. No, Joel, I need your help, I guess, to get Pat up there. All right, Pat, you're going to give me some confidence that the Steelers can win on Sunday?
Yeah, I have a little bit of confidence. We usually win in Baltimore. I am in Baltimore. Unfortunately, it's going to be horrible. Baltimore has the same issue as we have. They don't have any confidence in Harbaugh. They're calling for his head also. So it's amazing how the Steelers and the Ravens are always about the same team.
Yeah, they are. But what's it? I mean, if you've been listening to any of the sports talk down there, is it what I'm guessing is that, like you say, the people in Baltimore probably have as little confidence in their team as unless they watched the Steelers last weekend, in which they should have a lot of confidence. But I guess they watch their team, and their team's not very good.
They really think they're going to lose this game.
Okay, well, maybe it'll be a tie.
They really think they're going to lose this game.
Maybe it'll be a tie. All right, Pat, hey, are you going to the game?
No, the last time I was in Baltimore, I ended up in the hospital because I got jumped.
Oh, okay. Then what are you doing back there? I would give Baltimore a wide berth. I mean, go to Washington or something.
Well.
Okay, you have to go. Never mind. Don't worry.
I live here. My wife's from here. So
okay.
It is what it is.
Oh,
right?
I get it. I understand you live there. I thought you were just there visiting. So, well, thank you very much for the call and that dose of kind of like glass half full, empty. I'm not sure what the heck that was. Rick and Cranberry, go ahead. Give me some confidence.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's really confidence, but I just think they're due. They pulled a big ass, pardon my Scotch-Irish, stinker.
That's good.
Against Buffalo, correct?
I believe that's what you would call it, yes. And actually, you put it mildly.
26-7, it was a little better against the Cincinnati, thing. But at Chicago, they lost, close one. So what I'm getting at is, they're a 6-6 team, which, clearly is average. And they've had a couple, disappointing losses, needless to say, right? You expect different things, but, heck, you go into Chicago, they're struggling, but they're on the uptick. But, we still have that thing that Aaron Rodgers is going to go in there and kick butt against, his old NFC North nemesis. Of course, it didn't happen, but they're due. I mean, they're 6-6. Okay, they've had a couple, bad ones. Now they're due for a good one.
Well, but now here's what doesn't make sense to me. Okay, now you say they're due. That's just a kind of hidden vigorish kind of a deal that doesn't take all the other parameters into account. But after the Steelers,
credit to Myron Cope. Credit to Myron Cope, or Bob Prince. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say that wasn't Myron did a lot, came up with a lot of things, but hidden vigor is not one of them. But anyway, after the clown show that the Steelers put on against Cincinnati, defensively, and then the following week they couldn't stop Green Bay at all. I mean, that's 2 weeks in a row where their defense looked absolutely awful, and they're going to play Indianapolis at the time before the Colts have regressed to the mean, as Neil Huntington liked to say. But there was no reason to think that Daniel Jones was playing very well at the time. Jonathan Taylor was on pace at that time to set records, to be a record-setting running back. And there was nothing that we had seen against Cincinnati or Green Bay to think that there's any way that the Steelers' offense was going to be able to stop Indianapolis. Not to mention Ty Warren on that team as a tight end. The Steelers can't seem to stop any tight ends. And yet, what did they do?
Ironically, you're proving my point. But continue.
No, I'm just. That's what I'm saying.
They were due against Indy after two stinkers previously.
Well, but see, there's no concrete evidence that you can provide or that you can put up there to give you any inkling that the Steelers are equipped to be able to win the game, except for the fact that Baltimore's not any good either. And Lamar Jackson's not Lamar Jackson, and yet
he's shaky. But not only that, but for some reason, Lamar and Harbaugh could be at the top of their games, in coaching or playing, respectively. And guess what would happen? Well, Steelers find a way to beat Jim Harbaugh or John
the other Harbaugh, John Harbaugh. Here's the thing, though, is that sometimes I remember in games he has outthought himself. Now, they didn't do that in the playoffs. In the last time they faced the Ravens, and they ran for nearly 300 yards. And
I get it.
And maybe they'll run the same. Maybe they'll do what Buffalo did. If I were, I'd come out and run the same. I guess it's the equivalent to the old Steelers boss play when they ran off the right side. It's the play that Willie Parker scored the touchdown in the Super Bowl. Had DeCastro out there in front, and maybe they'll just run the same play. And that's one thing that coaches like to think. Well, we can't run the same play every time. Well, you know what? If the other team's not stopping it, why don't you? And that's what Buffalo did last week, and the Steelers still couldn't stop it. And so if I'm Baltimore, I come out and I do that from the beginning. And even if the Steelers have their defense schemed up to stop it, and they must have done that last week, they couldn't stop it. And that's the thing with this defense, which is fraudulent. And have you ever seen, by the way, just to pile on this, is that go look up the stats. I'm on Pro Football Reference right now, right? So if you look up the stats from the from the Buffalo game, and you can scroll down here, which I'm doing right now, and you look at the offensive stats, and then let's go to the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Blutarski, 0.0. That was T.J. Watt. He didn't, and actually on this, this is an expanded version because it actually lists, total tackle. There was nothing there. There was nothing there. I guess he had 4 tackles, but nonetheless, there were no impact plays made at all by T.J. Watt.
Another old school reference. Nothing from nothing is nothing, right? Yeah.
Billy Preston. Okay, before I let you go, you sound. I mean, no offense here, but you sound like you're about my age or close. Are you old enough?
That was the whole thing when I heard your little rant about old age, and I'm thinking, you know what? I'm moving to Florida, right? Because Billy Joel moved to Florida. Everybody moved to Florida that has money and no money. And I learned that you can buy a house cheap down there, and not in Boca Raton, but up near Tampa, you can buy a house for $250,000 and get out of the cold, which has been miserable this week. So I thought, you know what? There's nobody left in Pittsburgh. Everybody moved out. Everybody moved. They got away. And I'm so proud that you stepped up to the plate. I don't know if you're doing yeoman duty or whatever, but you stepped up to the plate and you're doing a show and you're 7-0, man, because I'm 67. And
well, are you old enough to? Are you old enough? You're not quite old enough to remember Dick Shiner.
I am old enough, and I mean, I laugh because I never made the connection. So you brought it up now. I think it's hilarious. I'm like laughing my brains out, you know.
Yeah, it's like farts. They're always funny.
Nick, all those guys. I mean, what happened with all those string of quarterback incompetence, and then all of a sudden you come up with a Terry Bradshaw. You know, how did that happen? I mean, the whole thing. You could write a Russian play about the Steelers up to that in 1969. You know, about all the tragedy. Of all their incompetence. I hate to say it, amongst the ownership, they did all the drafting and everything, and then all of a sudden the 70s happened, and it was like all of a sudden through the abyss we finally saw the light. Wow, what an era! And you know what? That's the problem. Well, at least me as a lifetime Burger is that I saw the greatness of the 70s. I was at Oakland, I was a freshman at Pitt when Pitt won the national title, and I was there in 1979 when we celebrated, our fourth Super Bowl. And you know what? That's a heck of a thing to, at age 22 to sort of like couch your expectations for the rest of your life. And of course, never, ever, ever will probably ever happen again.
All right, Tolstoy, thanks a lot for the call. 412-9289. No, and that was actually very good. And then somebody texted and get that man a lozenge. Well, I don't know if he was talking about me or if he was talking about Brian, but in any case, it's still there. 412-928-9370. If you have any confidence at all or can convince me about the Steelers, that's going to be coming up next, and then Smizik at the top of the hour. I'm Jim Colony on 93.7 The Fan.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. December's Fan Beer of the Month is Grist House's Hazadelic Juice Grenade. And the charity of the month is the American Cancer Society. Your purchase helps fuel critical research, advocacy, and patient support.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tonight, second round NCAA volleyball tournament action. Pitt takes on Michigan at 7 o'clock, and Penn State will take on Texas at 7:30. Tomorrow, Pitt basketball takes on Hofstra at 4. That's right here on the Fan with coverage at 3:30. Penguins take on the Stars Sunday at 6. Penguins have won 4 of their last 5. Steelers with the Ravens, 1 o'clock on Sunday. Fan Game Day gets you ready for the contest beginning at 10 o'clock with Donnie Football, Mark Gabali, and Jeff Hathorn. For more, get to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Joy is one of the best feelings there is. Joy is a hot meal on a cold winter day. Joy is finding comfort in a place to call home when you have nowhere to go. Joy is the sound of presents unwrapping on Christmas morning. Every dollar that you give to the Salvation Army today brings joy to someone in need. Help provide food, shelter, utilities, and more. Text the word kettle to 31333 or visit salvationarmywpa.org to give joy today.
It's beginning to look a lot like holidays on the house at DraftKings Casino. Celebrate the season with bright lights and big wins on all your favorite casino games. Spin more than 1,000 slots. Everything from the classics to exclusive new releases. New players get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of cash eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. Then choose from 10 different cash eruption slots and let it spin. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days, valid for featured games only, and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends January 25th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
time.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Hey golfers, looking for more distance, more consistency, or just lower scores? If so, there's no better place in terms of technology, instruction, and affordability than the Turn Club in Cranberry Township. They even offer memberships for close to $4 per day, which include up to 2 to 4 hours of bay time every day, all year. Their 6 TrackMan bays allow you to record your swing, track your data, improve your swing through AI technology, plus play over 300 courses. For all their membership options, visit theturnclubs.com. That's turnclubs with an S.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Gift the fun and excitement of Keystone Shooting Center this holiday season. Gift cards, memberships, and classes are unique and easy gifting options for any person. Their state-of-the-art facility offers over 600 firearms in stock, premium training, and walk-in friendly ranges. They have something for everyone. Follow Keystone Shooting Center today on social media to be the first to learn of exclusive offers this holiday season. And visit at 925 Sheridan Drive in Mars. Keystone Shooting Center, Pittsburgh shooting destination.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, Jim Colony here till 11 o'clock. It's the Palm pre-show, and Bob is coming in today, I heard. And speaking of Bob Smizek joins me coming up probably in about 15 minutes here, a little after 10 o'clock. I do have to mention, for one night only, on Wednesday, December 17th, our Odyssey Pittsburgh stations, that's us, 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM Star, AM 1020, KDKA 100.7, and then Whammo, 100.73, and Y108. Okay, I just read through this whole thing. All of our stations are there, all your favorites. And we'll be flipping the turntables, turning Mike's Beer Bar into the biggest Christmas karaoke spot on the North Shore. That's a lot of fun. I've been there every year, where our on-air hosts and local celebrities take the mic for celebrity karaoke. There's no admission cost, but please bring canned food donations to support the North Hills Cares. And details on our website at 937thefan.com. That really is a lot of fun. It is very crowded, however. Somebody said they're going to Steel City Con. Okay, have fun. I was looking up, again, I looked up Robert Patrick. He was like in Terminator 2. And he's been in 179 things. You look him up on Internet Movie Database. 109 things, including currently he's on Tulsa King, which is a show I'd like to watch. My wife's not crazy about it. So I kind of, give way to her. I got to get a few calls in here real quick. I need confidence in the Steelers. Brian, what do you got for me?
So, Jim, a couple things. I'll start off with this. This is the first year I've seen Mike Tomlin. He actually looks weathered. This is the worst I've seen him look.
Well, that's not, Brian, you're not giving me any confidence here. You're supposed to be telling me how the Steelers can win the game.
I will. I'm going to end on a good note. I'm going to start off on a bad note, but I'm ending on a good note.
We don't have time for the bad note. I need the good note.
Okay,
no, I'm serious. I got to get a few more calls in here quick.
Okay, so here's how I think that we could win. He somehow, versus anybody else, has Lamar Jackson's number. For most often than not, 80% of the time he could beat Lamar Jackson. And he does good against Harbaugh as of lately. That's the confidence. We're talking about this game only. This game, I think we could win because of the past trajectory in the past. Tomlin has neutralized Jackson. Mr. Jackson, he's neutralized him. That's why I think we can win. This game only, Jim.
Okay, Brian, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Let's move on to Zach. And Zach, before I get to you, I'd like to point out to Brian that if Lamar Jackson just hands the ball off to Derrick Henry every play and they do the same thing over and over again like Buffalo did, then you don't have to worry about neutralizing Mr. Jackson. Okay, Zach, go ahead.
Hey, I think we should be confident in Steelers tomorrow, especially because history definitely favors us in this rivalry. I know we lost the last two games against Baltimore, but, we've shown that we can win gritty AFC North games, so I think we're due.
Have the Steelers shown that lately?
No, they definitely haven't.
See, so where's the confidence here? It just, like I said, thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it. It just seems to me that the one positive, and I got this off of the text line as well. How do I hang up? There he goes. As I replied to somebody, is that it's like the confidence comes from a negative, where I was going to make a comparison here, but I'm not allowed to on the station. But basically, what we're talking about here is nothing good about the Steelers. You're just talking bad about the opposition, which is what's going to give the Steelers a chance to win because the other team's not that good. But you know who also is not that good? The Steelers. I mean, have you ever seen, the other team running the same play over and over again? And what teams some of the Steeler players used to talk to me about how other opposing players would holler out what play the Steelers were going to run when they came up to the line of scrimmage because they just knew it when Coach Randy was the coordinator. And even if the same thing happened last week, the Steelers couldn't stop it. And when you get guys like, and I know that Starkey and Bob, Joe and Bob, and Starkey in particular, were running I heard it yesterday, the Kirk Herbstreit thing from last year, where he basically accused the Steelers of quitting. And I was trying to think if I saw the same thing last week against Buffalo. I can't remember a game, unless it was the other way around, where one team held the ball for 42 minutes. The Steelers had the ball for 18 minutes in that game. And I think in the second half, and that's like a 2-1, and that it was pretty much the same way in the second half. I think it was like 20-10 in the second half of that game because the Ravens, they had one play, I think, because there was a turnover where they scored quickly, but then the other two drives that they had were sustained drives that just ate up 8-9 minutes, and that's what the Steelers used to do to other teams. And Buffalo's not all that great either. I mean, Bills fans are probably going like, "Oh man, I don't understand going to Pittsburgh and win a game." But and I don't know who is good, and that's another one of those things that if you look at the AFC, and even Denver, which has the best record, and winning all those close games, they could be setting it up for in the postseason where they're going to be in a close game and they're finally going to lose. and that gets to the hidden vigorish part of it. But I just don't know. But the only example I can bring up is the Indianapolis example, where, I mean, who among us, if you follow the Steelers, didn't think after what you had seen against Cincinnati and Green Bay, who didn't think that the Steelers would have no chance to stop Jonathan Taylor? And yet they did. And then they started causing all sorts of turnovers, and that's the way they beat the teams with well, I guess New England has the best record in the AFC, but you know what I'm saying. Is that you've got, New England and then Indianapolis at the time. They had the two best records along with Denver, and among the few losses that those teams had was the Steelers. And the Steelers, I think, are the last team to beat the Patriots, right? I mean, it was a long time ago, but I think New England may have started 1-2, and they've won like 8 or 9 in a row since, something along those lines. So I don't know. Sunday, I don't know. It'll be interesting because I heard somebody mention this on the TV news the other day about shopping, how busy it's going to be shopping. And my wife even mentioned this because we still like to go to, because we're old, like to go to stores and shop, is that she's probably going to go out Sunday at 1 o'clock during the Steeler game. But I wonder if the shopping might be a little bit more crowded this year because people have already kind of given up. And yet, if you're a real fan, how can you give up? How can you give up? And yet, going back the other way, as I said, people asked me at the golf course, what do you think of the Steelers this year? This is back in August. What have you seen? I said, well, I haven't seen anything. I don't go to training camp. I can't really make any judgments. I said, but they will either go 10-7, 9-8, and they'll make the playoffs, and then they'll get blown out. But now the process, the way it looks is that, and I mentioned this when I was on with Jeff the day after Thanksgiving, a week ago, and this was before the Buffalo game. There's a real chance that the winner of the AFC North is going to be 8-9. That could very well happen. And so maybe they won't, and it would be, and Jeff pointed out, wouldn't it be odd if they finally had a losing season and yet they won a playoff game because they would have a home playoff game if they win the division. They probably wouldn't be favored at home, but they'd have a home game. They could go 8-9 and they could finally win a playoff game. But basically, it would be the same old stuff. All right. Coming up next, my buddy Bob Smizik. We'll talk a little baseball. I know Bob's excited about the Pirates season. And then if, in fact, what we saw last Sunday against Buffalo was as bad as what Bob saw when he was a mere youth with the Steelers in the mid-'60s. I'm Jim Colony. This is 93.7 The Fan. Oh, wait a minute. I got to do fan weather. I just remembered. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today looks okay. It's actually not that cold. Temperatures in the high 30s today and tomorrow. Woohoo!
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Line Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, EJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, EGT Trucking, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
This Saturday, mostly cloudy with temperatures into the mid to upper 30s. Cloudy overnight with lows in the upper 20s. Cloudy with rain and snow possible Sunday afternoon and highs in the upper 30s. And a wintry mix possible Sunday night with temperatures around 20 degrees. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The GolfSteelCity.com membership card is back. It's 17 free green fees for only $44.99. The perfect gift for Pittsburgh golfers. $500 of free golf for just $44.99. Free courses include Chetremont, Del Mar, Donegal Highlands, Duck Hollow, Grandview Golf Club, Harmony Ridge, Highland, Lake Arthur, and more. This discounted special ends after Christmas, so visit GolfSteelCity.com now. That's GolfSteelCity.com.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Take a deep breath and visualize. It's Saturday. You just won up to $100 instant Kohl's cash just because you are one of the first 100 in-store customers. Yes, visualize you at Kohl's as a winner. Plus, you'll also save up to 50% store-wide. It's all happening this Saturday at Kohl's. No purchase necessary while supplies last on 12/6/25. One card per household. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Offers end December 6th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with Ala Familia's 5- and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, Diablo, and Bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at alafamiliafinefoods.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Second round action of the NCAA volleyball tournament is tonight. Pitt will take on Michigan at 7. Penn State takes on Texas at 7:30. Tomorrow, Pitt basketball in action against Hofstra at 4 o'clock. That's on the Fan with coverage at 3:30. Steelers take on the Ravens 1 o'clock on Sunday. Fan game day with Donnie Football. Mark Cabali and Jeff Hathorn gets you ready for the contest at 10 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Bob Spizek joins the show next.
We're talking all things Pittsburgh sports all weekend.
You're doing it all weekend, too?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Yeah, I just realized, I thought I was going to run in and give Joel Bob's number, but Joel has it. So he'd probably give Bob prank calls at all hours of the day since he has Bob's number. Before we get to Bob Smizek, can't wait for that. Let's mention the fan text line, shall we? I've gotten a lot of texts. I'm trying to answer some of them and haven't really gotten around to it. The fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm. Where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Hey, Bob, have you ever met Edgar Snyder? I mean, you guys are two of the biggest celebrities.
I actually have met Edgar Snyder. Yes, a nice man.
Okay, so
Yeah.
but it wasn't like you had to retain Edgar Snyder, or or you opposed Edgar Snyder in the courtroom. It's just you actually had a chance to kind of hang out with him.
We have mutual friends.
Is he like a big sports fan?
I think he likes sports. I don't know how big of a fan he is, though, but I know he definitely follows it.
Okay, Bob, do you remember? I'm gonna get right to it. Of course, Bob Smizik, the retired. I haven't seen you on social media much lately, Bob, but I haven't been on social media much lately myself. Every once in a while, I saw you you kind of jab the Pirates a little bit. Have you had anything to say lately?
I not as much as I did during the season, but I've had a couple of things lately that've drawn some decent responses. So yeah, I like to keep at it. The Pirates are really the only team that I stay in close touch with, I guess you might say.
Okay, so I don't know if you were listening earlier, but I took a stab earlier because we will get to Dick Shiner and Kent Nix here in a moment. But were you always like a baseball guy growing up? Because I know in New England, baseball was everything when we were kids. Football was it was a secondary. There might have been fourth behind the Celtics and the Bruins, and then there were the Patriots at the time. But was when you were growing up in the 60s, was baseball number one, or was football still a really big deal?
Well, when I was growing up, baseball was definitely number one. And the Steelers were, for a long time, a distant second. But once they started to get good in the early 70s, they completely, despite the fact the Pirates won 2 World Series in that decade, Steelers started to completely dominate the sports scene in Pittsburgh.
All right, well, let's get to the Pirates here just a little bit because they did do a couple of things. They picked up some guy off waivers. I'm never really excited about that when they pick up a guy who was like the former number 2 overall. Well, they already did that with Joey Bart, but when they pick up another team's former number 1 prospect that isn't any good anymore, I guess it's worth taking a shot at. You pick them up off waivers, and then you can always just send them on their way in spring training. But the trade that they made for the Password, which is a great nickname for this guy, and if he
yes, it is.
Right, if he showed up on if you were playing Scrabble, in fact, his name has too many letters for a Scrabble, for a tile, for a group of Scrabble tiles. But the guy's name is, I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce it, Jostinson Garcia. So Mr. Garcia, but Joe Stinson, the Password. I'm looking at this going like, oh, okay, here they go again. They give up Johan Oviedo, who has a chance to be decent. I guess he's already kind of decent if he's healthy. That's another part about it. But apparently, this guy, the Password, is like legit. He's not that old. He'll be 23 next week. In AAA last year, 18 homers. On base 334, slugging nearly 500, OPS over 830. And some people that I know in New England actually think that this is a good deal. It's like trading something that could be a strength for something that could be a strength, but the other team doesn't have room for. This might actually be a good deal.
Well, it could be a good deal, Jim. I have long ago become immune to minor league numbers and things like that. As I often like to say to people, how many highly talented prospects have to fail before you maybe become less enthusiastic about all these guys that are supposed to be sure things? There's no question this guy has a good resume at the time. My question is, are they going to hand him the left field job, or are they going to have him as a utility outfielder and get a better bat to play left field? I don't know. But the Pirates may have given up more than they received, but I can't knock the trade. I cannot knock the trade. It bordered on what they have to do. I just wish they had been using their pitching depth to get more established batters into their lineup.
And so I take it you have no confidence that they will do so here in the next month or two.
There's no reason they've ever given me to believe that will happen.
To be confident about much of anything, and then one of the first things I thought of was that Oviedo is going to turn into Quinn Priester.
Well, he could turn into who's the guy Shane Baz too. Remember Shane Baz? He was the key to the Chris Archer trade, and he's had nothing but tough luck and bad times since
that was
traded.
That was still a horrible trade, though. Man.
Oh, absolutely.
And I thought when they made it, I thought it had a chance to be one of those. Okay, this will work out in the short term, and then, hey, at least they tried. In that instance, but then it may have spooked them.
Little bit of reach, and although the guys they traded, Baz has not done well, and the outfielder, his name I'm blanking on, he's out of baseball.
Brian
now.
Meadows, yeah.
Meadows, yeah.
And then Glass.
The other guy's not bad.
No, Glass now did okay for himself. But okay, let's move on here because I actually did well. I think of you all the time. Well, not all the time, but I think of you often. But with the Steeler related thing, when I was thinking to myself watching this game last week, and the dismal statistics, and it wasn't just the Steelers' defense getting abused by a very minimum number of differing plays. It's like the Bills just ran all over them. They didn't really have to try to do anything exotic because it was so easy for them to move the ball. But the offense was even worse. They hardly had the ball to begin with, so maybe that had something to do with it. But I'm thinking, they're going like, man, the Steelers haven't been this bad, put up numbers this low since the 60s. And that got me to thinking, hey, Bob Smizek grew up. He's a little bit older than I am. You grew up in the 60s. You must remember Dick Shiner and Kent Nix. That I remember from, was it as bad on Sunday against Buffalo as it was back in those mid-'60s?
Well, no. The Steelers had a reputation back then of being tough. The line was, you may beat them, but you'll be black and blue by the end of the game.
Right.
So, no, that was just absolutely. I had, as you know, I have a breakfast with friends on Friday morning.
You do.
And two of the guys just astonished me. They told me they stopped watching the game. I did not stop watching the game. In fact, it never entered my mind to stop watching the game. So I think the Steeler team is, because of the way they're playing, because of the repeatedly stinking, I think I never would have suggested this in the past. They're starting to lose a little bit of the fan base.
Yeah, I got a text on the on the text line, the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line, I might add. At 412-928-9370. Somebody else said the same thing. They turned it off at halftime. It was the Steelers were ahead. They're 7-0, and because they quote unquote knew what was going to happen. I had a suspicion what might happen, but I also thought based on what had happened in the first half that maybe they'd win the game on turnovers again. Even though they really failed to take full advantage of that, obviously only getting the one touchdown in the first half. But what's the answer here, Bob? Are you a big Arthur Smith fan? Do you have confidence in Arthur Smith? Or since we're two old guys talking sports, Aaron Rodgers?
I think that coordinators are just ridiculously overrated. When Smith came in, it was the Arthur Smith offense. That's what they were calling it in the media. You can only do what you can do a little bit more than what your players can do, but the players are the key, not the coordinators. The coordinators having a bad year, probably the reason is his players are having a bad year, and vice versa. So that's like trying to blame Tomlin and Terrell Austin for the poor defense. No question, they, especially Tomlin, has a lot to do with putting that unit together, but they can't play for them. You might blame Tomlin for his general managership. You can't blame him for calling the wrong plays or the wrong designs. They're just not good enough, and that's where it all falls. It's rarely a coordinator problem.
But Bob, you've coached them, and obviously we've coached at a very low level, comparatively speaking. And yet, a job of a coach, as we know, is to teach, number one, and then number two, you want to put your players in a position to succeed. So, some of that's got to be on. And we always heard this is a new, like putting your players in position to succeed. Is that scheming guys open? That's a phrase that I don't know. Remember that growing up. Back growing up, I think you drew up good plays, but now you have to scheme guys open.
That's just a bit of fanciful talk. You can't put bad players in good positions succeed. You know, it's like if you got an IQ of 78, I can't expect you to pass trigonometry. I mean, and people don't. I'm overstating. That wasn't a good analogy because
no, I thought it was pretty good. I was trying to figure out what IQ you need to pass trigonometry. Probably over 100.
I didn't get there. Believe me.
So you're saying your IQ is below 78? My goodness, Bob.
People have said that.
That's true. Okay, what do you make of I got another thing. This is, I don't know. I went on a rant on this when I was on with Jeff the day after Thanksgiving, and this was even before, T.J. Watt put up a minimal effect. He just wasn't. He didn't even show up basically against Buffalo, but he just lines up from the same position every time. And I'm watching Micah Parsons on Thanksgiving move around to different spots and cause all sorts of trouble because the offense needs to keep track of where he is. And T.J. Watt's in the same place all the time. Does that make any sense to you?
I understand where you are coming from and where people who support that are coming from, and there's definitely something to it. But to play devil's advocate, when he was having all those great years, wasn't he lining up in the same place all the time?
Okay, so then that brings up the one thing that's come up this week. Has he lost half a step? Has he lost, and it seems like not much of anything. And yet when you talk about it, and it still amazes me, just to go off on a slight tangent here, that when they show the replays from behind the quarterback, and you see how close and how often defenders come to getting a hand on the ball, but that points to me that if it is a half a second or a half a step or a quarter of a step, that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I think we may look back on all this Steeler organization and 3 huge mistakes: 1, drafting Kenny Pickett; 2, extending Watt; and 3, extending Hayward. I just think, and where they are situated now, that money could have been put to better use.
Speaking of Cam Hayward, and I will preface this by saying, and I think all of us do that, and I haven't dealt with him face to face in a number of years, obviously, but I got a lot of respect for the guy. I mean, the career he's had, he's borderline Hall of Fame. He's an upstanding guy. I've got a ton of respect for him. But then for him to sit there and complain about getting kneed in the stomach by a quarterback, that was just a bad look, wasn't it?
A very bad look, as was his stance when he renegotiated his contract. But I agree with you. I knew his dad. His dad was a kind of an unusual individual, but a good-hearted guy. And Cam seems to get some of that. I actually have talked with Cam's mother. I know the grandmother. We used to teach together. She's a good person too. So he really comes from good stock. When you're in a public eye like that, you're bound to do some things that aren't smart.
You know what's funny? I can bring this up now because we're not allowed to say what we see at practice. But since this happened, this had to have happened in 2021. So this is like 4 seasons ago when I actually witnessed this. And to bring up Chase Claypool, here's a blast from the past, who actually turned out to be useful because they turned him into Joey Porter Jr. But anyway, there was a time in practice where all of a sudden Minka Fitzpatrick went crazy, and he started like wailing off against Chase Claypool, and we're at the other end of the field and couldn't really tell what happened. Well, what happened is that Chase Claypool kicked him in the nuts, and Minka went, so you can understand the reaction. And I remember the voice that I heard above everybody else's was Cam Hayward yelling, "Not cool, Chase, not cool."
That's a good one.
So maybe he, it kind of goes back to that. And I think, and again, I haven't obviously spoken to him, but I would imagine that afterwards Cam's thinking to himself, "Geez, I wish I kind of hadn't said that." And the other part, and he did it on purpose. Well, yeah, I mean, when stuff like that happens, they usually do. So what do you expect to see are you going to watch the game on Sunday? You're not going to be like your friends and give up? No.
No, I'll absolutely watch the game. I think it's possible that Tomlin's job could be on the line. That they could lose all 5 games. I don't think they will. I think they could win 2, maybe even 3. There's a 5, probably 2, and then Tomlin will still be up in the air. it's up to Art Rooney. I've said this 3 or 4 years ago, really. Tomlin should have stepped down then, gone into TV or taken a year off, gone into TV, and then when a good job opened, he'd be the number one candidate.
I
that
thought
to
of
me
that.
made a perfect sense. But apparently he likes it in Pittsburgh. His wife has a business here. He has a good job in the Steelers. Makes a lot of money. It's a good organization. But I just think I really, really believe. I have great respect for Tomlin. I just think it's time for a change.
Yeah, I don't know. Something that the guys, when were they? I can't remember. Well, no, it was against Chicago. It was against Chicago when they played the Bears. That reminded me that when the Bears called Art Rooney and said, "Hey, would you guys be interested in discussing a trade for Mike Tomlin?" And subsequently we heard that there was no, that he has basically he can block it if he wants. I don't know if he has a no trade clause, but they're not going to trade him unless he says, "Oh yeah, okay, I'd do that." I think we all understand that. Man, I would have looked into that if I were the Steelers, especially given that the Bears, I think they had the number 1 overall draft pick at the time, or close to it. And I would have looked into it. And then, of course, it came up again it's come up again kind of with the Giants. And the Rooneys and the Maras they're practically related. At least they've named kids after each other.
Yeah.
And that's something I would look into. Not that, and I don't think that the Giants would necessarily be a bad job.
Well, it's in New York that can be very good, but I think Mike Tomlin wants to pick his next job if it comes to that, and New York is not the best destination.
But they have a young quarterback who looks like he might end up being okay. They've got a decent running back.
Yeah.
They've got one of the best receivers in the league, assuming he gets healthy again. That's kind of what I'm looking at. But it's just, and I do agree that it is time. And I thought, I don't know if it was 4 or 5 years ago, or you say 3 or 4, whatever you said. I don't know if I thought it back then at that point, but I just know that I've grown, not frustrated because I can't get frustrated by this stuff, but that he's never really developed coaches. That over the course of his head coaching career, how many assistants has he had that went on to be head coaches or, that got promoted to other things? He hasn't had any coaches that other teams wanted to poach. And I've always found that kind of strange where if he's a guy that everybody, when they do that players poll, which coach would you like to play for besides your own? And then Tomlin's name always comes up at or near the top of the list. Is that why isn't it the same way with coaches that he should be able to develop coaches and coaches should want to coach under him?
I agree with that 100%. I covered Pitt with Jackie Sherrill. Jackie Sherrill was never afraid to hire a defensive assistant or assistant coach who might be smarter than him. He had Jimmy Johnson on his staff. So I think some coaches are a little shy about bringing on geniuses to help them because they don't want to be second fiddle.
I have to just say this off the top of my head, but I know there is a picture of Paul Hackett's coaching staff. Okay, Paul Hackett. There with guys that were under him. John Gruden was one of them. I think Chris Peterson was another.
Wow.
And there was another coach, or there was another assistant that went on. A very young assistant. Because I think one of those guys was like a grad assistant at the time that was on that staff.
That may have been Gruden.
He probably was the grad assistant at that time. But at any rate, there were guys, or maybe it was Peterson because he's not that old. But I don't know. It just struck me that, man, even under Paul Hackett, man, we look back fondly upon those Pitt years, don't we, Bob?
Well, I'll go back much further. Dave Hart was the coach in the mid '60s. He had a staff that went on to enormous success, like 4 or 5 guys. He was like 3-27 in his 3 years. So it certainly can happen. Dave Hart had a great coaching tree. Mike Tomlin does not. That doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's the actual truth of the matter.
All right,
some guys are good at grabbing smart young assistants.
All right, Bob Smizik with us here. I got one more thing to run by you, and then we'll mercifully.
Can I make a point first, Jim?
Oh, absolutely, please.
Dick Shiner, 60s. Kent Nix, 80s.
Kent Nix was in the 80s? Why do I remember Kent Nix? Why do I have him? Who is it then? Who would have been the other quarterback with Dick Shiner after Bobby Lane? I might have to go look this up. But while
not even I can remember that.
Okay, well, while I do that, let me just go to hang on a second. No, the thing I want to bring up was because when you hear a guy who's been around or had been in the same place as long as Mike Tomlin has, and it's probably the same thing is true in Baltimore with Harbaugh, is that the message gets stale. Okay, I can understand that, but who does the message get stale with? It gets stale with us. Okay, because here's on the Steelers. How many players have really been around long enough to get sick of it?
Exactly.
It's Hayward, it's Watt, it's the kicker, and then maybe the long snapper, Christian Kuntz. You think that the message gets stale with him and Boswell?
That's a great point, Jim. That's a great point. Well, the people will tell you, Beck Noel, Tom Landry, Don Shula, all really went downhill in the second part of their career. So there may be something to it, but your point is extremely valid, yeah. But if this message is getting old, why do the players like him so much?
Yeah, well, he's got all his old guys on TV. Maybe some of his old players, by the way, former players, are starting to. And I don't want to use the phrase "turn on him." Who is this guy? How do I remember Dick Shiner? And he was never like the leading. He was never like the leading passer.
Nah.
And I've got Kent. No, I got Kent Nix in the '60s, Bob. Dick Shiner and Kent Nix. Dick Shiner was the leading passer in 69, 68, 67.
Okay. You're right. I'm thinking of another guy before Cordell, but yeah, you're right. I apologize, Jim. Never should have tried to correct you.
Well, yes, you should actually, because as soon as you said that, I'm thinking to myself, but look at what Dick Shiner begat. Okay.
I'm thinking of Kent Graham.
Ken Graham. Oh, yes.
I
remember that game that ended where Ken Graham didn't know what to do and the clock just kind of ran out where they didn't, whatever.
I do. He had a nice arm, but he wasn't much of a quarterback.
No, he wasn't. Former Ohio State quarterback Ken Graham from The Ohio State University. Okay, now I just thought of one more thing. Hey, college football, I don't want to really get into it. Penn State finally is going to hire a coach, Matt Campbell from Iowa State. Probably might end up being a pretty good hire. But you've got that going on. I have never had less of an interest in big-time college football than I have over the last few years. This year included the Lane Kiffin nonsense, and especially with the expanded playoff, and then it just the NIL. Bob, it was simpler back in the days when Mark Spindler had a condo up on Mount Washington, and Eric Mobley drove around in a Lexus from Barrel.
Yeah, I agree with almost all of that, Jim. College football is almost like a laughing stock now, especially with this coaching. But why can't they have contracts like all the professional teams have? You can't go anywhere if you're a professional coach. If you could, Tom would have. Well, you can't go anywhere. Why don't they have the same contractual rules as all four major professional sports do? That would eliminate a lot of their headaches. There wouldn't be this absolute craziness that's going on right now. But I will say one more thing, Jim. If that is all, I don't like any of that. I don't like the NIL. I still enjoy the games.
But sometimes it's hard to get through all that. And I don't really have a rooting interest one way or another anymore. And I send
I do. I'm now rooting for Mississippi.
I think a lot of people are. Hey, Bob, thank you very much. Thanks for hanging out.
Jim. I enjoyed it.
Okay, all right. We will talk to you again soon. The great Bob Smizik with Old Guy Sports Talk. So, where are we here? Oh yes, Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We still say Fan Twitter, right? Even though it's X, right? It's X. Okay, but it's a Fan Twitter. I still call it Twitter as well, although I'm not on it really all that much. But, visit them at southhillskia.net. Coming up next, I think I might mention the Penguins a little bit. There's something else I want to get to with the Steelers. Maybe not the Steelers. Nah, it probably is the Steelers. I'm Jim Colony, 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Second round action of the NCAA volleyball tournament is tonight. Pitt will take on Michigan at 7 o'clock, and Penn State takes on Texas at 7:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. NFL Sunday's coming. You've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate. And FanDuel's going to come at you with something extra. It's not just another NFL Sunday. Here is your chance to place that perfect parlay. Hit your go-to player prop, and now making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. All customers get 50% profit boost on any NFL bet this Sunday. You've got the Steelers and Ravens butting heads. Pittsburgh a 6-point underdog in this game. Very low total. Two struggling teams, and yet they're still playing for first place. And you can bet on this game with the 50% profit boost on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus in present Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Hey, Penguins fans, turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 hockey bet. You'll get $150 in bonus bets in addition to your winnings if your first bet lights the lamp. Steel City fans know greatness when they see it. It's right here on the ice and in the app. With BetMGM, every game's a power play at your fingertips. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Don't sit on the bench for this one. Jump on the ice and take your shot today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
At Target, great memories start with great prices. Get gingerbread house kits for just $12, plus all the Wonder Shop baking must-haves. Gather the whole fam, grab some gingerbread kits, and start building sweet moments together. Then keep the joy rolling, baking up tasty treats with Wonder Shop that'll make the season a blast. Make unforgettable memories with incredible prices on gingerbread kits and Wonder Shop baking essentials. And step into the holidays, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Yeah, just a couple. I do want to mention the Penguins just a little bit. But another college football thing is that, you know, and I saw this initially. This is what I wrote down when I saw this. This is college football. Pitt won't play at Wisconsin next year. Right? They had a 2-game series scheduled, and then one of the games is going to be in Ireland in 2027. They're supposed to play at Wisconsin in 2026. So now that game's not going to happen. So I just wrote down, so somebody is ducking somebody. And then, I don't know, a few hours later, I see that Wisconsin all of a sudden has added Eastern Michigan to the schedule. All right, who knew? So there's that. And then something else on the Steelers that Ben Roethlisberger mentioned during the week on his podcast. I believe he still does it with Spence. But I believe Ben mentioned something about he noticed that Aaron Rodgers went rogue. I believe that's the way. No, I didn't hear Ben's thing exactly, but that he went rogue last game. Well, by the time he did, if in fact this is when he did it, and the Steelers, again, hardly had the ball, and the game was sort of over, but it was still, as Tony Romo and Jim Nance kept pointing out, a 2-score game at 23-7. The Steelers finally started to move the ball, and they moved the ball downfield. If this is, in fact, this had to have been when Rodgers went rogue, and it happened after that dreadful snap by Zach Frazier that put the Steelers in a 2nd and 26 hole. Somehow they managed to dig it out and get a first down. Again, probably because Buffalo's in a super prevent because they're ahead by 16 points. But anyway, they moved the ball up the field, including passes across the middle. A couple of them to Darnell Washington, another one to Kenneth Gainwell. That was on 3rd and long, which left them with a 4th and 2. And then he handed the ball off. Now, if that was going rogue, I don't know. Well, I'm not exactly sure where that was, why that happened. I know people are complaining when it was still a 1-score game about the 3rd and 9 play with another play to Gainwell that didn't go anywhere. And after the game, Rodgers was kind of indignant and said, well, if they'd blocked it up the right way, then none of us would be talking about it. Well, again, if my aunt had, she'd be my uncle. So there, there's all that going around. But I've brought this up before, so I hate to be repetitive here, but I thought this with Russell Wilson and now with Aaron Rodgers, and people would ask me about it in the offseason. I said, well, you know what? If nothing else, I said he'll come in and he will do what he wants to do, and if the play that's called in by the coordinator isn't to his liking and he sees that it may not work based on what he's looking at the defense, he'd check out of it. Well, apparently a lot of that stuff hasn't happened. And if it did finally happen when the Steelers were basically out of the game and they moved the ball and they had a 4th and 2, I can't imagine the play that Aaron Rodgers saw, because once you hand the ball off, that's it. There is no option. At least if you've got some sort of a pass play called, presumably, you would be able to, you have some options there. You can throw to this guy, you can throw to that guy, throw to that guy. But of course, as we say, or as we've seen, well, nobody's ever open. Okay, I do want to mention the Penguins, because they are, as I mentioned at the outset of the show, they're kind of worth watching here, and they're doing a lot better than a lot of us thought that they would. And one of the main reasons for that is the goaltending of Tristan Jarry. And even when Jarry was out, even though Shilovs has fallen off quite a bit, almost precipitously recently, Murashoff was pretty good in the couple games that he played when he was called up in Jarry's absence. But here's the thing about Tristan Jarry is that historically he's been really good until he has to be. Now, he did have to be really good the other night in Tampa, and he was. And if not for him, they would have been they might have been behind 3-0 instead of being ahead 3-0, certainly. So he was a big reason that they had the 3-0 lead, and then all of a sudden the 3-0 lead disappeared, and they got bailed out by a kind of a ridiculous call that was true to the letter of the law. But in terms of common sense, the hand pass where a guy tried to protect himself and got his hand up in front of his face, and so it went off of his glove down onto the ice, and then Jake Gensel was the next guy to touch it. I mean, letter of the law, by the rule book, yes, there was a hand pass, but it wasn't a pass. It was a deflection off the hand, so the Penguins really got lucky that they picked up 2 points without giving up any the other night. So he did steal a game, but that probably affects whether or not they would trade Tristan Jarry right away. But the Penguins, they're in a playoff position right now, without a lot of the guys that helped them get off to the start that they got off to. Raquel, most likely, Brazeau, and even Nola Chari. Those are guys that contribute differently. Brazeau, who the heck knew he was going to score as many goals as he did and actually make like the big man line with Malkin of a viable second line. And then Sid's been putting up great numbers even without Raquel on the line. He's got Brian Rust with him, obviously, but then whoever the other guy is has been kind of mix and match and trying to find something that works. And, Kevin Hayes, maybe he worked a little bit, but, those guys should be coming back here in just a little bit. And so that's got to be a help. But, I just want to get into something else about Erik Karlsson, seems to be the chief beneficiary of the coaching change. And he said something along the lines of, without ripping Mike Sullivan, he said, I remember this was about a month ago or so, where he told one of the reporters, whether it was Yoey or Wenzel or both, or in a scrum, that when you're not, players will respond where they're not asked to do things that they're not comfortable doing. And, I took that to mean that Mike Sullivan has his way to play and good. Hey, he won 2 Stanley Cups here, but he tried to, make Karlsson do stuff that he wasn't comfortable doing. And whatever Dan Muse is doing with him, and maybe Parker Wotherspoon has quite a bit to do with that Karlsson's able to kind of get out there and play and be himself. I always thought being himself was just completely reckless, but that's not what he is right now. He's actually playing responsible defense. And, of course, speed, and we used to see this with Chris Letang quite a bit, you can make a mistake, but then if you have the legs to make up for it, you can make those mistakes disappear right away. And turnovers don't necessarily turn into automatic goals against. That if you're out of position, your legs can make up for being out of position. But one of the things I think Karlsson was talking about was that he's now being used on the penalty kill. And I always thought that and I understand minutes and how you want to put players, and there are certain guys that are great penalty killers. But Brian Rust, and he finally got onto the penalty kill where he was He got good enough where Sullivan didn't want to use him on the penalty kill, and that hurt the Penguins' penalty kill because Brian Rust is their best penalty killer because he's also an offensive threat. And you need to have offensive threats on your penalty kill because there are odd man breaks that will take place, especially if the other team is using only one, or in some instances, very rarely, but in some instances, zero defensemen. So by having Erik Karlsson on the penalty kill, that gives you another offensive weapon. And again, using legs, guys who can skate, that's what you need on your penalty kill. You don't want to tire the guy out, but certainly when there were games like the other night in Tampa where they were taking penalty after penalty after penalty, then you got to get those guys on the ice. You sit as a penalty killer. Malkin is a great penalty killer, or at least he was in his younger days. And I think you would see him in international hockey killing penalties for Russia. Then you're thinking, wow, he's pretty good at this. And yet they didn't really need him to do that. But, I always thought, use your guys on the penalty kill. And that gets to the whole, the coaching message and stuff like that. And I always thought one thing, just to dump on Sully a little bit, because he never texted me back when I wished him good luck when he got a new job, that for a guy who toward the end of his Penguins tenure would not play younger players, that's how he won Stanley Cups, by playing the younger players that he had coached at Wilkes-Barre Scranton. That's how they won cups. And then it seemed like it was tough to put younger players together, and I always thought it made sense when you have enough injuries, which actually they have recently. And if you've got a line down in Wilkes-Barre Scranton in your minor league team that plays together and is playing well, why not play them together at the NHL level? Even though you're thinking, man, we got to have some guys with NHL experience. Well, yes, but maybe that helps. But if you've got so many guys that are out of the lineup, put your 3 minor league guys that have been successful in the minors together. It worked all the way back with the Muskegon line back in 1992 when the Penguins won the Stanley Cup with Jock Callender, Dave McKillop, and I can't remember who the other guy was, but somebody will text us at 412-928-9370 and let me know. Fan weather is coming up next. I'm Jim Collins on 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Second round of the NCAA volleyball tournament is tonight. Pitt will take on Michigan at 7. Penn State takes on Texas at 7:30. Pitt basketball takes on Hofstra tomorrow at 4 o'clock. That's right here on The Fan with coverage at 3:30. For more, get to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
It's beginning to look a lot like holidays on the house at DraftKings
Kings Casino. Celebrate the season with bright lights and big wins on all your favorite casino games. Spin more than 1,000 slots. Everything from the classics to exclusive new releases. New players get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of cash eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. Then choose from 10 different cash eruption slots and let it spin. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days, valid for featured games only, and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends January 25th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with Alla Familia's 5- and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, Diablo, and Bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at AllaFamiliaFineFoods.com.
Ready to end the year on a rewarding note? It's Dan Zangrilli here to let you know about the Membership Rewards Visa Card promotion right now at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, giving you 5% cash back for every dollar spent. That's now through the end of the year. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Live and local, even on the weekends.
Let's go!
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Yeah, I've been trying to answer a bunch of text messages, so I'm sorry I didn't get to them all, but and I tried. And then even I'm getting like messages on, oh, look who's here. It's Bob Pompiani. Greatness has entered the studio. Hi, Bob. You can turn the mic on if you want, but get settled in. Because I don't want to run over.
I saw you the other day. It was
I'm doing
good
all
to
that
see
well.
you, and I'm glad to see you back behind the microphone where you belong.
I know. I came in and then to get set up my password. I hadn't been on since March, right? So
you were locked out.
I couldn't get on, and so I got on, and then I couldn't get on the text line because there were some different things that were going on with the computer. So Joel came on and he hooked me up.
Joel's a wonderul asset.
He really is.
He knows everything. When you're in trouble,
he really is.
Just get there with him.
So he came in and hooked me up. And what was I gonna? Have you ever been to like the Steel City Con? Any of those things? No. Do you have any desire to go?
Tell me what it is.
Well, it's what like TV and movie stars show up and you can get your picture taken and so forth.
Not really, but my wife might be interested.
The most expensive. Well, see, you could do stuff like this locally, and you'd be like the top.
No.
We talked about it. You'd be like the top tier guy, and I'd be like the bottom, like freebie kind of thing. But the most expensive guy to get an autograph and a photo with, if you saw everybody that was on the list, you'd go, "Oh yeah, okay."
Tell me the list real quick, and I'll tell you who I think should be the number one. Do you have it?
Okay, we got Charlie Sheen, Linda Hamilton, Robert Englund, Shia LaBeouf, Katie Segal, John Stamos, Dave Coulier, Hank Azaria, Ron Perlman. There's pretty famous people
I'm
there.
going to say Shia LaBeouf.
No. He's quite a bit lower
Charlie
than...
Sheen?
No, Sheen is up there. He's second. No, he's third. Okay, the most expensive one is Robert Englund.
Okay.
Right, it's Freddy Krueger, and then he was.
That's a good pick too.
He was also the nice guy on. There was a series called V, where these aliens invented or they assumed human form, but they were actually rats, and he was like the kind alien guy. And then the queen rat was actually an actress named Jane Badler, whose previous claim to fame was she was Miss New Hampshire. So we were pretty excited about that when that show came out. Sheen he's like 165 for a photo. Sheen is 125. Shia LaBeouf is 125. Stamos is 130. And then Uncle Joey, Dave Coulier, is 80. So there you go. But I don't know.
I don't know if I'd spend money for that.
No, I don't think I would either. And I'd be like, if you met these people, what would you say?
It would depend on who it is.
You'd be like, do you remember the Chris Farley bit on Saturday Night Live?
Charlie Sheen, I used to like that show, Two Men.
Oh, no, I was going to say 2 men in a junk trunk. 2.5 men.
2.5 men.
2 men and a junk
trunk. That's what I was thinking of, actually.
Well, then there was.
I used to like that show.
And then Stamos and Coulier were on Full House.
Mm-hmm. I like that show too.
Which was yeah. I mean, it was. Who was the one that they used to? Somebody told me. Oh, my son Pat. Okay, when he lives in Cleveland, and they went to. Come on, who's the main guy? Who recently died, right? Bob Saget.
Oh yeah.
And that Saget he went to a Saget stand-up show. He said it was like the filthiest stand-up, and you think it's like Danny Tanner from Full House, because Pat remember when he was a kid. He's like the same age as the Olsen twins, basically. So he grew up with all them, and then Candace Cameron Bure is on every Hallmark movie that there is, and then Kimmy Gibbler was the one that they used to.
I remember.
Give her a hard time.
Once seeing Robin Williams, do his thing, and it was extremely funny, but it was extremely.
Well, have you ever hosted a roast?
Oh.
Yeah, and so and then I remember
I've been the
doing
victim of those too.
Well, yes, but I'm saying that in terms of when people hear you use that kind of language,
exactly.
It's freaking hilarious. Because I remember doing one of the.
But you say it for a fact. You're not saying it
right.
But it does seem to help a joke.
But the first time, Larry Richard, he's sort of like he's same as you. I mean, he does a lot of narrate. He narrates like the videos and stuff like that, right? So Larry's a serious, the video guy, the voice of this and that and the other thing, and then all of a sudden you hear Larry dropping F-bombs at the Pine Richland baseball smoker. It's just funny.
It is funny.
It's just
you
funny.
Don't expect it. Then you have to remind people it's really not, out of context here a little bit. It's just for the sake of the show.
Yeah, like we're on the golf course together, and
that can come. Out
that just happens.
All it takes is one chunk shot.
So why is it called golf?
Yep.
Because the other word was taken. All right. So anyway, okay. There's Bob Pompiani. Great. Hey, thanks
Good
for coming
to see you,
in.
Jim.
Yeah, you can talk about stuff. Just all sports. This is all sports with Bob, so you don't have to worry about me tangents all over the place. If you're going to Steel City Con, have a good time. Shia LaBeouf, I loved him, and when he was Francis Ouimet in The Greatest Game Ever Played. And I'd have to ask him if he's, is he really a golfer? Did he have to, take lessons to get that golf swing and so forth and so on? All right. Well, hey, thanks for hanging in with me today. Thanks for putting up with me. And if you liked it or even if you didn't, I'll be on again next week. I'm on the schedule, I think. Next Saturday, 9 to 11. Joel, you on the schedule next week for 9 to 11?
Good. We'll do it again.
Well, Bob.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Okay, he'll be here. So the gang will be back together again for the very first time. So thanks a lot for hanging out. Bob's show is going to be starting late, thanks to me. But Pat Bostic got me in 9 minutes late too. He pulled like a Starkey, which was pretty good. So we'll call it pulling a Starkey. All right, fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Temperatures in the high 30s today and Sunday. That sounds pretty nice. See you next week.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. December's Fan Beer of the Month is Grist House's Hazadelic Juice Grenade. And the charity of the month is the American Cancer Society. Your purchase helps fuel critical research, advocacy, and patient support.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
We're going to be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PITT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My whole identity had been wrapped up in being a soldier. To have that so violently ripped from me when I was wounded, I was lost for a very long time. When Wounded Warrior Project came into my life, being around the other warriors, people that had similar experiences that I did, it was a game changer for me. Having King join the group, that was the beginning of a really good friendship. It's a good time.
I first heard about Wounded Warrior Project through CQ. And at first I was kind of like, I don't know if I qualify. But having been a part of it, it's kind of taught me that it's not just the wounds that you can see, but it's those that you can't.
When you do something like a peer support group with Wounded Warrior Project and come together from different walks of life, man, the growth is incredible. If not for Wounded Warrior Project, I really don't think that I'd be here today.
See how we help warriors combat stigma at woundedwarriorproject.org/combat stigma.
NFL Sunday's coming. You got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better because this week, FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. So however you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sundays should feel like. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Second round of the NCAA Volleyball Tournament is tonight. Pitt will take on Michigan at 7 o'clock, and Penn State takes on Texas at 7:30. Tomorrow, Steelers-Ravens, 1 o'clock in Baltimore. Fan Game Day gets you ready for the contest at 10 o'clock with Donnie Football, Mark Abali, and Jeff Hathorn. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the Bob Pompiani Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shedrovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome inside Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Bob Pompiani, flanked by Joel Nelson, who's behind the glass, and we'll be taking your phone calls at 412-928-9370. Big thanks to Jim Colony for going over a little bit. I always like when that happens, so next week we can do it again, Jim. We'll be on from 9 to 11, and there's always a lot of fun stuff to talk about, as there is this week. I want to remind you also the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. As I always do, I like to have a whole bunch of topics here just because I don't want to go down one topic for the entire 2 hours. I think that gets a little repetitive. So, yes, we will get into Steelers and Bills and what it means for two 6-6 teams. Two teams, by virtue of being in a bad division, still have life as division hopes. We'll get into that. The problems that face the Steelers, the problems that face the Bills, or the Ravens, after the Steelers lost to the Bills at home and did so in alarming fashion. And when I say that, I'm talking about time of possession. How it could be one-sided the way it was. I think everybody knew that the Bills had a good ground attack. But, man, they ran the same play sort of over and over and got the same kind of success with it to the tune of 42 minutes of possession time versus what you see with the Steelers, which is only 18 minutes. It's like basically a quarter and a half. That's it. That's all they had the ball in that game. That certainly has to change, but they'll be doing it against a team that actually did the same thing to the Steelers back in January in this year, 28-14, that wild card game where they rushed for 299 yards. So that's going to be the number one issue the Steelers face. How healthy is their offense? Can they generate points with Aaron Rodgers? We will talk about all that coming up at 412-928-9370. Also want to get into your take on the college merry-go-round of coaches. And James Franklin, of course, at Virginia Tech. He thought he was going to get Matt Sigg all along. And then at the last minute, Sigg goes to West Virginia. I'm sure there was a money enhancement deal. Also the opportunity to play offense for Sigg, who's a tremendous player out of Fort Cherry High School. A lot of teams wanted him. So he goes to West Virginia instead, but Franklin still had a pretty good recruiting class. Penn State did not. However, things can change quickly, as we know, in college football, with the NIL money, with opportunities for transfers and how often it happens. Matt Campbell gets the job. Matt, of course, is a name that was not there at the beginning of this search, at least not for the media. So I don't know exactly what Pat Kraft was up to and what list looked like. But Campbell ends up being that guy from Iowa State. And the first thing that I saw that I liked was they are keeping Terry Smith in place for another 4 years. Terry Smith is the heart and soul of that program. I think has done a very good job taking over for James Franklin, but I never thought that they would end up giving him the job. That's not to say he couldn't handle that job, but I also thought they would be looking outside for a name. And Matt Campbell may not be the name that a lot of you had out there on the list, but if you look at the resume, he's done a pretty good job given his time there. Because when he was there, Iowa State got better year in and year out. He also was pretty good against top 10 teams. We've had this conversation on this station quite a bit, that James Franklin had a terrible record against top 10 teams when he faced them. I think it was something like 4-21. Well, Campbell is 4-7 against top 10 teams. And this year, coming off an 8-4 season, they, done well in their conference play. So he's a guy that I think is young enough and will get an 8-year contract. They've also added a lot of money into their NIL, and that's what this is all about anymore, ladies and gentlemen. No kidding aside, with all this stuff, it still comes down to how much money are you willing to put into players, because that's how you get players. I saw that Chris Henry Jr. just committed to Ohio State. He had all along, but it looked like he was dangling some more money from other teams or programs, and he got what he wanted, whatever it is, and he's going to be an outstanding 5-star recruit for Ohio State, and they keep on keeping on. So we'll talk about that. I'd like to hear your thoughts of Penn State, where they are, and has it changed your mind about, what you might expect next year, and how fast does Matt Campbell have to turn things around at 412-928-9370. Also want to get into these games today. It is a championship weekend, and so many good games, so many that really affect what's going to happen with the next bowl committee rankings that come out on Tuesday. Or maybe it's on Sunday this week. I'm not sure if they moved it up since it's at the end. They're going to get their bowl games all in order. But last night, James Madison won. I was watching a lot of that game, and Pat Chesney's team was really good when it had to be. They made plays. They beat Troy 31-14, but they are number 25 ranked in this past rankings by the Playoff Bowl Committee. Tulsa also won their conference, but these were two ranked teams. Tulsa was ranked 20. North Texas was 21. Tulsa beats them 34-21. So Tulane is you have group of 5 teams that could be in this national playoff. If James Madison gets there, it will be because Duke beats Virginia coming up here tonight in the ACC championship game. That one's an 8 o'clock start. And that's going to be the one thing that determines a lot, I think. Duke is 7-5. They are unranked. Likely, even if they win, they won't be. If they are ranked, it'll be in the 23-24 range. Virginia is ranked 17th. They are expected to win. And if they win, that may make a couple of teams run into a brick wall in the path to the college football playoff, one of them being James Madison. We'll see. But if Duke wins and they get to 8-5 and they beat Virginia in the ACC championship game, then James Madison most likely will get in as one of those group of 5 teams. So that's a game to watch tonight. We also have BYU and Texas Tech. That's coming up today at noon. And BYU is ranked number 11 in the country. Texas Tech is number 4. Texas Tech is a mammoth favorite in this, almost 13 points. BYU, if they lose, that'll end their journey into potentially a college football playoff. It may open the door for Miami. I think an interesting development there, too, is Miami and Notre Dame. They basically have the same resumes, 10-2. They're both ranked very close to one another. Notre Dame is ranked higher. But also, Miami has beaten Notre Dame head-to-head. And last I checked, that should be a top priority on the committee, or criteria on the committee. They should look at head-to-heads and meaningful ones, to give an advantage to a team. And that happened early in the season, of course. Things have changed. They seem like they put more emphasis on the end of the season. But when you beat a team head-to-head, that should count for something. So who gets in if it's a choice between Miami and Notre Dame? Then you have the SEC championship game, Georgia-Alabama. It's always a good one. Georgia's a 1.5 favorite. That's a 4 o'clock start. Georgia's ranked 3rd. Alabama's ranked 9th. That's going to be a close game. And I'm not sure who wins that game, to be honest. Georgia, I think, is a better team. But I think Auburn or Alabama, after they beat Auburn last week, shows you that they are capable of winning in this SEC title game. Big Ten is an interesting one. Number 2 and number 1 go head-to-head, and that's the way it's been for the last several weeks. In fact, it hasn't changed. Ohio State's been ranked number 1. Indiana's been ranked number 2. Ohio State is a 4.5-point favorite at that one. 8 o'clock kickoff on that one. So a load of great games today in the championship weekend for college football, and a lot will determine what happens in the college football rankings. 412-928-9370. Penguins, I want to throw those out there as well, because the Penguins are playing better than most anyone expected. I thought they would be or could be a playoff team. So I'm not necessarily surprised, but people said, well, it's early in the season, it may come back. And it still might. But they're now more than a quarter of the way into the season, and you know they have the 6th best record or point total in the NHL. They're 14-7-5, coming off a win against Tampa the other night, in which Tristan Jarry, I thought, was the best player on the ice. Again, he's done this a few games this year. He has been the kind of goaltender that they thought they had when they signed him to a 5-year, $25 million contract. But Obviously, the theme with this team is kind of a rebuild while trying to compete. Tristan Jarry is a guy who's going to be wanted by teams. The Edmonton Oilers have shown interest. If they get a deal that makes sense for them, it can help them, and they trade Jarry, they still have Shilovs, who's 24. They still have Blomqvist, who is 22, and they still have 21-year-old Sergei Murashov, who is really the guy who they earmark as a future goaltender. But I would keep playing Tristan Jarry. I want to see it. And also, it wouldn't surprise me if they trade him and then he goes someplace and becomes a star. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff happens in sports. However, if you go by point total where they are and the potential now, Carolina would have the most in their division at 107, Washington 105. Then it's the Penguins at 104. They're on that kind of a stretch. And they're led not just by consistent goaltending by Jarry and others, but Crosby and Malkin, 26 games into the season. And again, that's more than a quarter of the season. Each have 29 points. Crosby, 18 goals, 11 assists, 29. Malkin, 8, 21 for 29. And a lot of people didn't see that coming, especially for Malkin, but he has had a really good start to his season. 412-928-9370. I will delve into the Pirates, and they're going, again, down deep into the minors to try to come up with talent. Is it the right move or the wrong move, or a move that actually won't make a difference? You know, they brought in a guy, Jostinson Garcia, from Boston, along with Jesus Travioso. Now, Garcia is 23, and he is known as the best power-hitting prospect in the Red Sox organization. They had to give up Johan Oviedo and a couple of other minor league guys to get him. Then they acquired 24-year-old Marco Luciano, who at one time was a hot prospect. I think as high as 12th in Baseball America. A lot of potential, but again, these are guys that are potential. We have a lot of potential. My question would be, did they acquire them so that they could be put into the outfield immediately? Like, for example, this Jostinson Garcia. Did you bring him here just to bring him as part of your system, or do you have plans for him to step in right now? And if so, again, it may work, it may not work. I'd rather see some proven bats get involved in what they have here with the Pittsburgh Pirates. 412-928-9370 is the numbers. Let's go to the phone lines, beginning with Anthony in Oakland. Anthony, how are you today?
Very well, Bob. Let me say something quickly on baseball before I get to the Steelers. What you say his name was Joe Simpson?
Yes. It's Joe Stinson, I think, is how I say it.
Joe Tinson. He's 23 years old.
Yeah.
You know, at 23, it's, you know, most of these organizations, their star players are in that range. So let the boy go out and play. What do you have to lose here? I mean, we've seen the motley crew they've been throwing out the last couple of years. This guy comes from a organization who normally gets it right, and they're willing to give them up because they want more pitching. Then you let him play.
Yeah, but the only thing I'll say about that, they've brought in a lot of guys like this. I remember Joaquim Andujar, or, you know, he was a guy that had a big bat. They brought him here. It really didn't work. Who was the guy they brought up?
It's working now in Cincinnati, though.
It is, not consistently enough, but it is. And I understand it's low risk. I get all that, Anthony. But what I'm trying to do here, if I'm them, is capitalize on the years I have with Paul Skeens. That's what I have to do. And in order to have experimental players getting out there and just seeing what they can do, and may not be ready yet. They could be eventually, but maybe not now, or maybe they could. I'd like to know what their plans are with these guys. I do.
Well, you supplement him with a top free agent that's out there. That's so bad also. I mean, no, we don't just take in the young guys. You say you're going to spend some money, designate who's out there in free agency that'll help your team, and you go get him to supplement the whole lineup. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm waiting for that shoe to drop. I want to see that because I think they need that.
But let me say this about the Pittsburgh Steelers. Fortunately for you, you started as a sports person back in probably 82, wasn't it? About 82,
1982, yep.
So you saw the end coming for Chuck Noll, just like I did. That 1991 season was all we needed to see. It was a disaster. I can remember Washington, they were called the Redskins team, coming into Pittsburgh and just annihilating the Steelers. It wasn't even close at Three River Stadium. That's what it looks like now for the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's eerily similar to that season. And remember, they had Joe Walton and that crowd down there. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not going to put everything on the offensive coordinator we have, because I think we've had three offensive coordinators, and the coach has meddled them up. Let's be very clear. This is the coach's way of offense, because I guess he didn't like the Killer B era where they could score at will. I mean, if you remember that 2015 season, they beat the world champion Broncos here in Pittsburgh when they were down 27-7.
Yes.
And came back and beat them.
Yep.
And if it weren't for AB getting hurt in that Cincinnati playoff game, they would have beat the Broncos again because if you remember, Martavis Bryant had an awesome playoff game. They just didn't have anybody else. So, but what was it about that era that Tomlin sees he didn't like? In a league of scoring points, he wanted to win by defense, and he did his own version of the dream team like the Eagles did that one year and load up, and it hasn't worked. And now it looks like they're circling the wagons, Bob. Looks like this may be it.
Yeah, there's a lot of circling the wagons going. You're right, and thanks, Anthony, for the call. I also think that that style of possession of the football is not working. They're not possessing it. If that's what your goal is, and Arthur Smith has that goal too. That's matching philosophies. But you bring in tight ends who lately you've ignored, specifically Pat Freiermuth. But if you want to possess the ball, fine, possess it. Show them that you can do it. Instead, they're being outpossessed almost every single game. And so, therefore, you have to rely on a pass game that is not capable of carrying a team. And you're right, back in that era, those guys, that was their strength. You try to look at your talent and you say to yourself, okay, what do I have? How can I make this talent flourish? What do I do? But if you have the talent and you're not willing to use it as such because your philosophy is the same, then it becomes a problem. And so that's where they are right now at 6-6. This division is not good. By virtue of all the other teams struggling, they're still involved in it. And quite frankly, that's the only reason they're involved in it. It's one of those years. So, yeah, there are going to be some big conversations, I would imagine, at the end of the season with regard to where direction they're going to go. 412-928-9370. John in Cranberry. Hello, John. How are you?
Good morning, Bob. Happy Saturday to you.
You too.
Great segue into the college football state of affairs today. I really like the Mike Campbell hire, and I agree with you. I think keeping Smith is a very smart idea, so I like it already. The other thing, too, I want to mention, the game that intrigues me today is Indiana-Ohio State. I think Cignetti, you can't understate the job he's done there, number one. But I think that he has a chance with Mendoza to either keep that game close or maybe pull it off. We'll see. But I'm really looking forward to that one. But what I wanted to talk to you about, Bob, just for a minute here, is the Lane Kiffin situation. I understand. I'm the first guy that knows how it goes where everybody's going to follow the money. They're going to go for the best opportunity. But what really stood out in that situation was the way that he kind of played Ole Miss to get where he wanted. And what I really feel bad about is I feel bad for the Ole Miss players. They're in the playoff. They're going to make the playoff. And their coach asks to stay on, even though he's going to be coaching another team in the conference. It just didn't – I wanted to get your feelings on it. And I mean, for the other thing, too, Lane Kiffin, he really hasn't won. I mean, he's won games, but he hasn't won anything big.
No, but he's one of those popular names that everybody floats about. He has this cachet about him. And I'm glad that the College Football Playoff Ranking Committee decided to keep Ole Miss where they are. A lot, they have the wherewithal. Yeah. It's in their bylaws that they can actually take a team down or not choose them if they have coaching turmoil. That's something they did not do, even though they could have done it if they wanted to. So I'm glad those kids don't deserve that. They've played hard. They've made
right.
So – yeah, and I agree with you in that especially it's in the same conference. We saw Pat Chesney with James Madison. He goes to UCLA, but UCLA doesn't have a problem with him coaching right now. He coached last night, and if they get in, he'll coach them then. I have no problem with that. It's a different league almost, you know what I mean? Even though it's the same level of football. It's just not there. It's cross country. It's a totally different dynamic. They can wait for him, and they will wait for him, and they've made that clear. But within the same division, you're asking him to go to LSU, and then you're going to have him coach guys who he may be working on transferring over? No, that's a no-no.
He's going to try to take the teams. Yeah, he's going to try to take his players with him. It's crazy, I think. And I'm rooting now, Bob. I'm rooting for Ole Miss to win the whole thing, and I just didn't.
Wouldn't that be lovely? I would like that outcome too. I think that'd be fun. All right, man.
Thanks for taking my call, Bob.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Have a nice holiday. We have Steve on the line. Chris Let's talk some Penguins. Ryan does too. Penn State from Jody. We got all sorts of calls coming up, so don't go away. I'll get to you as fast as I can. 412-928-9370. That is the number to call to get in touch with what we're doing here. And we have a lot of stuff to get into yet today up until 1 o'clock. But before we do that, I want to tell you the holidays are coming up fast. And if you've been putting off that home improvement project, now is the time to knock it out, and you can save big in doing so. As America's most trusted home remodeler, West Shore Home, you know they've been helping people transform their homes for nearly 20 years. Jim, Colin, and I were talking about when you own a home a long time, you got to make changes. That's just the way it is. And we're both in that boat. Their process at West Shore Home is quick, it's easy, and now it's even more affordable because they're extending their Black Friday savings until this Saturday. That's today. They're doing free installation on all projects. That's huge. Whether it's a new bathroom, windows, front door, patio door, even your flooring, if you schedule right now, they will waive all installation costs. And one thing on top of that, West Shore Home, making it even easier to get started. For all of our listeners here, they're taking off an extra $500 on your next project, but you need to schedule at westshorehome.com/fan. Go there and lock in those exclusive savings. Again, it's westshorehome.com/fan for extended Black Friday savings, plus an extra $500 off just for listening to the program. We appreciate that, and they do too. West Shore Home for your next home project.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Second round of the NCAA volleyball tournament gets underway tonight. Pitt will take on Michigan at 7 o'clock, and Penn State takes on Texas at 7:30. For more, get to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting ways you can boost your bets all weekend long. Amplify your winnings with special boosts, build a same-game parlay, enjoy live betting, and more. If you're a fan of pro or college football, you can take advantage of special promos like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. Plus, keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account all throughout the season. Ready to give your weekend a boost? Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today for BetMGM and make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8432. 800-390-8432. That's 800-390-8432. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me. And I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that number one Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucco's Roofing.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to more.
Please say it.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show. Let's go. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
We are back rolling along at 412-928-9370. Hey, for one night only on Wednesday, December 17th, Odyssey Pittsburgh stations, 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA, 100.7 Star, Whammo 107.3, and Y108. All these stations will be flipping the turntables and turning Mike's Beer Bar into the biggest Christmas karaoke spot on the North Shore. On-air hosts, local celebrities will take the mic for celebrity karaoke. So there's no admission for this, but please bring a canned food donation to support North Hills Cares. Details at 937thefan.com. Again, that's next Wednesday, December the 17th. All right, back to the lines we go. I want calls. We got a lot of them. Steve in Brookline. Hello, Steve. How are you?
Good, Bob. How you doing this morning?
Really good, thank you.
Or afternoon. Hey, I got 2 points. One, college football playoffs. Do you ever think they would do like the NCAA does and have a playoff game, like a play-in game? Like Notre Dame's on the bubble, Miami's on the bubble.
I don't know. That would extend the season, which I don't
Miami.
think. Yeah, I understand the concept there. I do. Before that, I think they'll try to get to 16 teams and do it that way.
Okay.
But I think 12 is a good allotment at this point.
It is.
If you're number 13,
right.
So be it. Get better.
Yeah, but you're playing your Tulane's in there. Now you're talking about James Madison. If Duke wins, I was looking at the future lines, and it's kind of embarrassing for these to represent.
Group of 5 teams, yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
But they want to include them all. If that's the case, that's why I think 16 down the road will be a better situation.
Yep, and I got a point with the Steelers. Is the Rooneys chiming in on what's going on with their football team?
I'm sure they are. I mean,
has the media said anything? Have they spoken?
Well, I mean, a lot of that information is confidential.
What about Art?
Spoken where he doesn't.
No, but
he will speak at the end of the year.
Yeah, I know, but it seems like it goes on every year, and we wait until the end of the year what he.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not happy with the direction this is going, but we'll see what happens today and the rest of the season.
How much will they tolerate?
Listen, if they don't make the playoffs, everything can change. And even if they make the playoffs, they got to win when they get there. They haven't done that in a long time. I think that's no secret to anyone, and I think they know that. They feel that. I'll tell you where it starts hurting when it affects the brand. When the brand is hurting, that's when things get bad, and you don't want that to happen. It may have already started with the chanting last week.
It's heading that way.
You get it?
It's heading that way.
Yeah, and I don't know, again, because this division is where it is, it's not exactly, even if you win it, it's not a badge of honor. You know what I mean? It used to be when Steelers and Ravens played, it was like every talk of the town for 7 straight days. And that has not happened. In fact, if anything, both these teams are quiet because they know they have flaws, and no one's saying anything about anything. And it's kind of an unusual week for Ravens and Steelers.
And about the firing of the Steelers tradition, I mean, Chuck Noll resigned on his own, and so did Bill Cowher. The Steelers
That's typically the way they do. Well, I mean, you could read into that in any way you want to. Mutual is mutual.
But they were never put in the position to actually have to fire somebody.
Well, they could have, but again, they choose it to do the way they do. But we'll see. At the end of the season, if they end up not making the playoffs, I think everything's on the table, and they know it, and they're going to have to figure out what direction they want to go in. But I appreciate the call, and I'll think about a play-in. I think that's an interesting concept, even though I think 16 is better. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. All right, let's go out to Chris in Monongahela. Joins us right now on the Fan Hotline. Hey, Chris.
Hey, Bob. How's it going?
It's great. How are you?
Good. Hey, I've been a Penguin fan since early 1970. I've seen it all. The heights, the lows. The Penguins haven't been afraid to tear it up and rebuild when they have to. Something the Steelers should learn about, but that's another story. But I'm really encouraged with what Dubas is doing with the team right now. He's in a kind of an enviable position where he's got still star veteran talent. The Crosbys, the Malcolms, Letangs. He'll be here a couple more years. Maybe this might be Malcolm's last year. Yet he's building with they've got a ton of draft picks. I like the fact that they put the kid line together and put them as the third line.
They're using it. That's something I don't think Mike Sullivan would have done in the later part of his career. When you have McGroarty on with Ben Kindle and Ville Koivunen, that's and they're playing not like Kindle's on the power play, but also he's killing penalties. When was the last 18-year-old not named Jordan Stahl do that?
Exactly. I think moving Kindle to Crosby's line as a winger was a mistake. That was asking too much for somebody who was a natural center. And these guys are the third line now. When this team is a cup contender in 3, 4, 5 years, they will be moving up to the number one line. It was interesting that Crosby said, when they asked him about this being his last Olympics, and he said that it may not be his last Olympics.
No, he likes playing. He wants to play more, and he's playing at a very high level.
It might be Lanny McDonald. Remember Lanny McDonald for Toronto?
Oh, the big stash, one of the best mustaches in the business.
He was comfortable with playing on a third line by the end of his career and made a contribution.
I don't think Crosby will do that. I don't think he's going to be a hanger-oner. If he doesn't believe he can be at the top of his game, then I think that may change. I don't think he's going to just settle for that kind of a role.
True. Kind of like
thanks.
Mario.
Yeah.
First time. Yep.
I appreciate it, Mac. Thank you, Chris. Happy holidays to you. And they also have Will Horkoff down at Michigan, who's another number one pick of theirs, who's playing extremely well in the Big Ten right now. So, yeah, Dubas he's done it kind of both ways now, and I think a lot of people at first were critical of that. You have to make a choice. Sometimes you can do it in progress, I suppose. But again, it comes back to me, and I'm sure Ryan in New Jersey has a thought about this, goaltending and Tristan Jarry. And most people are of the belief, Ryan, that they're just going to, put him out there as long as they can to create a market for him and then trade him. Although he's playing very well right now, and I still think that's the end game with him. But, man, if he goes to another team and really sparkles and takes a team into the playoffs, I mean, Edmonton has tried for years to get the goaltender that can do that, and they haven't been able to find one yet.
Hey, Bob. Yeah, I saw Jarry 4 nights ago, and it was one of the better games I've ever seen, to be honest, in person. It was. I mean, I've seen some goods and some bads. My favorite 2 places for the Pens to play that I've watched them is Philly and Tampa. So it was just a good week. I wasn't at Tampa. I wish I was, but I did go to the game the other night in Philly, and that was one of the more dominating performances I've ever seen. Dating back to early '90s was the first time I was there. I want to say so.
Yeah, or 16, 17, they had some success.
Yeah,
when they won a cup.
That was pretty dominant. Jarry looked great. I mean, it's just, there was a fake Twitter rumor going around last night that Edmonton had traded for him. That kind of stuff, pops up, the ghost thing.
But they need a goaltender.
They do. I don't know if Jarry's the answer out there. I mean, it's granted it's on the foothills, it's in the Canadian Rockies. And nobody cares what goes on there. But for hockey, that's going to be a way bigger pressure than Pittsburgh. So I don't know if he's that, but we'll see. But they, the team looks. I don't know. I guess I want to echo what the last guy said. He changed my thought pattern. Is Dubas is doing a fantastic job. I mean, you really can't. You can't. 2 things I've noticed: Dubas is doing a great job, and Mike Sullivan was a bad coach. And you know what? And we've kind of thought
he's not a bad coach. He's not a bad coach. I think he just didn't. He didn't adapt. He didn't adapt to things.
Yeah, well, that was his rep in Boston. He was a stubborn Boston. You know what? And that's kind of what turned out for the last 5 or 6 years in Pittsburgh. I really think it was Rutherford. I mean, he won 2 Stanley Cups with an AHL, if that, quality goalie. The only way you do that is if the team is just constructed properly. And that's exactly those teams. That 16 team, you couldn't get the puck from them. And 17 team, I think Josh Joey called it testicular fortitude or whatever. They just were the best counterpunching team.
But you would understand that. That's a long run they made in back-to-back years. So I think it's tough.
I'm not saying
for the Panthers. No, I'm just saying for the Panthers to do it twice is a pretty amazing accomplishment.
It's amazing. And now the Panthers, they should tank and can reload because they're at the bottom of the conference standings, which is funny.
Yeah, they're missing guys. They'll be heard from.
Yeah, they
I'm
are.
not going to rule them out.
They're all heard. But no, I got you. But the Pens, they look great. I mean, the game 2 nights ago, whatever, in Tampa. Even though it got away, which everybody saw it was going to get away from them. It did, whatever, and they had that goofy hand pass call. I don't, whatever, it is what it is. But the old Russian, he was hunting, that turnover, like 3 cracks at the turnover, got it home. Like, it's just such a pleasure to watch these guys at this point. I mean, you can't, I say it all the time to you, you just can't, you cannot put enough value on what it's been to watch this team. Both the 2 20-year blocks.
That's what I tell, and Ryan, I tell people that all the time. And thanks for the call, man. I got to move along, but I appreciate it. You too. I would say, enjoy the moments you get to watch Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin. Even though I would have traded Malkin 5 years ago, and I said that, I'm not. When I say what I say about certain things, I'm not going to go backtrack and change it. I think they would have been better off just trying to bring in, assets, and he was at a prime, big part of his career, but. Having said that, watching him continue to play at age 39 or getting close to 40, just like Ovechkin's on pace for like 39 goals this year. That's down from his normal totals, but he's playing well. He still plays a physical game. These guys are, when you have a chance to watch them, enjoy them. All right, 412-928-9370. Jody in Brookline. Hey, Jody, you're up next. Go right ahead.
Hey, Bob. Love hearing you on Saturdays.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Jody.
First of all, I want to say you're the first father of Pittsburgh. I think it's been awesome to see you as a father and a husband over the years.
Well, I appreciate that, and that's probably the best. That's probably the best compliment you can pay for me, because I've often believed that as a father, it's an important role, and you got to set examples for your kids so that those kids see what those examples are, how you treat your wife, how you guys work as a couple, and hopefully by watching they learn. And so that's a good thing. But thanks.
Totally.
I love being a granddad too. I don't have the energy to do it, but I like it.
I'm sure you're doing great at that too. Anyway, so Pat Kraft maybe saved his job, I think, with keeping Terry Smith and going to get Matt Campbell. But I don't think you could look at this any other way than this being a disaster for Penn State. I mean, they fired Franklin, what was it, like 2 months ago?
Yeah.
So
trying to get a head start.
So they could get an early start on this, and it's been horrifying. They have no recruiting class. They have complete, disintegration of their program over because Franklin had like 2.5 bad games. I mean, I understand the frustration that the people at that program have, but like the one thing I keep hearing, and maybe you know this, everybody says he didn't embrace Joe Paterno enough. I don't understand what that even means. Like the guy can't be Paterno.
Yeah.
He can only be James Franklin.
I hear comments like that too, and I kind of disregard them. I don't know where they come from, and I don't care.
So either way, I do think keeping Terry Smith is a good job, and I think that this guy from Iowa State's a good coach, but he hasn't won anything at Iowa State either. I mean, he was only 8-4. They're getting rid of a guy who had a 70% winning percentage at Penn State for a guy that's.
But it still comes down. This, Jody. It comes down to those big games, right? The big games in the Big Ten, and also against top 10 teams.
I mean, but they were one possession away from a national championship.
I get that, which is why I didn't think they were going to make that move. I still think you get something going like that. He has such a big recruiting class coming in. Just seemed a little weird to do it. I understand why people get antsy because you hear it all the time. But that program was in pretty good shape other than they couldn't win those big games. And I know that's a big thing. But we'll see. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Matt Campbell was a good or bad hire. I think he looks like a guy who's capable of
decent. Yeah,
and we'll see.
I think it's a good.
They put $30 million NIL. That can change their roster in a hurry, or they're so.
Absolutely, and I agree with that. I just think that James Franklin wasn't this complete disaster, and I also think that like these programs and all of them are doing it. Like every single one, if they're not winning a national title, they want to get rid of their coach. Like Ryan Day, and I understand, like at Ohio State, like he won a national title. Before that, he was going to be fired before the playoffs started.
Which again is just a rash judgment based on one game.
Insane.
You just never know how it's going to turn out. But Jody, thanks for the call and happy holidays. I'm up against a break. We have Tony in Greensburg, ACC. He wants to talk about. We'll get to you, Tony. Mike in Newport, Pennsylvania. Jim is on the line from Omaha. And then Jay in the north side. We got all you guys plus open lines at 412-928-9370. I want to tell you about fan weather. It's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Temperatures in the high 30s today and tomorrow. Temperatures in the 20s next week, so it's going to get colder, but no snow necessarily in the forecast. I'm Bob Pompiani. We'll continue here after we take this short commercial time out with my man Joel Nelson behind the microphone. He'll have a headline for you as well right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Second round action of the NCAA volleyball tournament is tonight. Pitt takes on Michigan at 7 o'clock. Penn State also in action taking on Texas at 7:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give you his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Line Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, EJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, EGT Trucking, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nugget bells, nuggets all the way.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison.
And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing them when we cut down the Christmas tree.
We will pack the car with gifts, and of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Looking for the perfect gift? Rivers Casino has you covered. For a limited time, purchase a $100 non-gaming gift card and receive a $20 bonus gift card. Whether it's for your family or yourself, it's the perfect holiday gift. Visit the cashier or stop by the Landing Hotel to purchase today. And we'll see you this holiday at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance for more than 60 years. The team at the Neophis Insurance Group knows that finding the right protection for you and your family's needs is important. That's why they partnered with Nationwide, offering protection for you, your family, your business, and your future. Call the Neophis Insurance Group at 412-364-3388 for an on-your-side review. That's 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com. That's Neofes insurance.com.
Kohl's Customer Appreciation Event is here, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends gifting isn't a competition, it kinda is. At Kohl's, save on gifts everyone will fight over. From sweaters and flannels to air fryers, toaster ovens, and more. Because deep down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving. It's also about winning. Shop Kohl's and save on top gifts now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end December 14th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. It's KDK TV's own Bob Pompiani with the Bob Pompiani Show.
Ready here. Ready to rock.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We are back, led by Mr. Joel, who's behind the glass somewhere. I see him, and Logan Arblaster's about to come in here, too. So two good guys leading the way here. I'm Bob Pompiani until 1. Back to the lines. Want to get you guys in. You've been waiting patiently. Let's go to Tony in Greensburg. Hello, Tony. How are you?
Good. How you doing, Bob?
Good, thank you.
Hey, I think college football it has another problem here. And speaking about ACC football, I just don't understand how Duke is in the ACC championship. Now, I know they did get in by rules of tiebreaker, but I think the tiebreaker rule was dumb in my opinion. If you look at the 5 teams they were tied with behind Virginia, I think they were the worst team of the 5. Miami's clearly the best of the 5 there. I think Pitt's better, SMU as well, Georgia Tech too, in my opinion. I just think, they took the combined conference win percentage is how they get in. Well, here's Miami sitting at 10-2 with a 4-0 record against top 25 opponents, and they don't get in the ACC title game.
Including one against Notre Dame.
And now with Tulane winning last night, there's a high chance that Miami's the only team that gets in the ACC championship if Virginia were to lose today.
Or none.
So
they may get zero.
Or none. So it's a problem to me. I mean, I think you just got to look at the college football playoff rules in terms of their importance, and strength of schedule is number one, I believe now. Which, if you take that, I think Miami gets in. So it's just, it's a problem, and the ACC could severely pay for it today.
Yeah, there are certain things I would change. Some of these tie-breaking rules are pretty deep, and it allowed Duke to get in on a. And you're right, they shouldn't be in. They're not that good of a team, to be honest. They're 7-5. They lost to Tulane this year.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Darian Mensah, to me, if you want to talk about Duke, the kid to me is the real deal. I think he could be a major sleeper as like a 4th, 5th round pick in the draft if he were to come out. I think that kid is very, very talented, and you'll see that on display today.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate the call, man. Have a nice holiday.
Yep.
All right, Jay in the north side, you're on the air right now. What's up, Jay?
Hi, Bob. Always enjoy listening to you on Saturday mornings. Steeler topic, if I can throw one in there. It seems to me that all the better teams with good receivers and running backs target their best players frequently in the game in the hopes of gaining some yardage. I think that the most dynamic receiver we have is Darnell Washington. He catches passes, and everybody's afraid to tackle him, but they only target him 3 or 4 times, sometimes 5 a game. In the Buffalo game, in particular, one of his catches, the DBs tried hard to tackle him from the side. They were afraid to be in front of him. So I think they need to target him a little bit more and let's throw it to him 3 times in a row. See what happens with that.
I would disagree that he is the one guy to target more. He's a good weapon, no doubt. Freiermuth to me is the guy. He's been largely ignored, and last week just wasn't even in the picture, which is surprising to me because I think he has the ability to not only catch and run good routes, but also get some yards after catch. And I don't know why he's not been targeted more.
Well, I would agree with that, and that's why they seem to be leaving him out of the picture for whatever reason.
Yeah.
One other thing I just wanted to mention real quick. I heard Austin Bechtold's show last night for the first time, and he does a tremendous job. He really does.
He has a lot of energy, and he does a lot of good prep work. Yes, he does.
Yeah, I hope we hear more of him on the radio.
Well, if you tune into our show, you'll hear plenty. And he's involved, and we like the involvement. And on days when I'm not here, he sort of takes that second role. So appreciate it. I'll pass that along to him.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much. Bob. All right. Appreciate it, Jay. We got to take a break here for a headline. We got Mike in Newport. We have Jim in Omaha. You two guys will be first up when we come back. It's the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
I think you just got a kind of a creepy man crush on Rodgers.
So we just flush everything else down the tube because he didn't play well for a game and a half?
Well, do you think Rodgers is like your boy and you got a crush on him and he can't do no wrong?
But what has Mason done to make you think that he's the guy, Bill? Do you have a man crush on him? Do you have a Mason Rudolph whoopee in your bed? Do you have his fat head on your wall?
Were you over my house?
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that number one Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership, the ultimate stocking stuffer for the ones you love. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning. Plus, 24/7 roadside assistance you can always count on. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. They'll even thank you with a $20 gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in real estate legal solutions for residential and commercial clients. Considering buying or selling or a sale by owner, home or property, contact Myers Law Group first. Their experienced attorneys will make sure all documents are correct and all promises are kept before the sale. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 five-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8432. 800-390-8432. That's 800-390-8432. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Tired of looking at your ugly, old, slippery bathtub? You don't have to any longer. Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Hey, Penguins fans, turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 hockey bet. You'll get $150 in bonus bets in addition to your winnings if your first bet lights the lamp. Steel City fans know greatness when they see it. It's right here on the ice and in the app. With BetMGM, every game's a power play at your fingertips. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Don't sit on the bench for this one. Jump on the ice and take your shot today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The GolfSteelCity.com membership card is back. It's 17 free green fees for only $44.99. The perfect gift for Pittsburgh golfers. $500 of free golf for just $44.99. Free courses include Manitou, Meadow Lane, Oakland Beach, Pine Hill, River Forest, Rolling Fields, Sylvan Heights Golf Course, the Links at Spring Church, White Oak, and more. This discounted special ends after Christmas, so visit GolfSteelCity.com now. That's GolfSteelCity.com.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug. Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top-quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
NFL Sundays coming. You got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better because this week, FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. So however you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sundays should feel like. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. From tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon lineup to top-shelf spirits served over ice balls. Plus local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. Twin Peaks' drink menu is second to none. And don't forget about those legendary 29-degree drafts. Why wait for the weekend? They're serving scratch food and pouring quality cocktails every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league at your local Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Steelers rolled out Kyle Duggar, Derek Harmon, and Calvin Anderson for tomorrow's game in Baltimore. Kickoff tomorrow at M&T Bank Stadium is at 1 o'clock. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shederovich and Fishman, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to hour number 2. Bob Pompiani with Logan Arblaster here at 412-928-9370. We're rolling along till 1 o'clock, talking a lot about James Franklin's replacement, Matt Campbell, talking a lot about the Penguins, who right now have the 6th best record in hockey. They have a 14-7-5 record. That's 33 points. The last time they started a season like that was 2016-17, and you know what happened in that season. We'll also talk about the Steelers and the Ravens, a game that has absolutely no juice right now, which is normally, this is the game that people talk about. They have 2 meetings in the last 5 weeks against this Baltimore team, and it seems like both franchises kind of down and out. Nobody wants to really get into it, and still, it's a meaningful game in terms of who wins this division and also long-term effect of what happens in the offseason. So I want to talk to you about that, but we've been having a lot of guys wait here. I'm sorry about this wait. We just have so many things to do, but Jim in Omaha, you've been waiting, and Mike, you'll be next in Newport, but Jim, go right ahead.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, first of all.
Yes, thanks for waiting. I appreciate that, man.
No problem. Well, people want to talk to you, Bob. You're the GOAT of all Pittsburgh sports. You really are. and it's no, and I mean that. So just wanted to get your thoughts on the Garcia trade for the Pirates. I think hopefully they're going to take some bigger swings in the free agent or trade market. But I just want to get your thoughts. I mean, it sort of reminds me of a O'Neill Cruz-ish type statistic, but we'll see. So just want to get your thoughts, and it was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. And as I touched on this earlier. I don't know if you agree, but Jostinson Garcia is a name I had no idea. Of course, some of these guys in other teams, minor league systems, how would any of us know? I can only go by what I read, and he's 23, which is fine. At one point, he was rated as the 3rd best prospect in Boston's situation, certainly their best power hitter in their system. Last year, splitting between AA and AAA, 21 home runs, 75 runs batted in. So he gives you that. To me, that's a move that, okay, you make it. I would want to know, is he immediately going to be on this roster? Or does he start in the minors? And if that's the case, how long does it take? You gave up Oviedo, who I know is not probably going to crack your 5, or if he does, he'd be a 5th. But he's a guy who can give you some innings, and Boston knows that. Does he turn into the next Quinn Priester? Does he turn into a guy that Pirates would regret trading for? These moves, the one that brought in Jostinson Garcia and the one for Marco Luciano, who is 12th in all of baseball, 1 point in Baseball America. But they're low risk in that you're not giving up much. They hope they hit on him. But again, this is the kind of stuff they've done over the years. And I understand it. If those guys are available and they could be somebody, diamond in the rough who turns out to be something, fine. But going into next year, what do they have in their outfield, and how much are they going to spend on legitimate bats who are now currently batting in the majors and doing a good job? That's the quick fix for next year, this coming season and next, with Skeens still here. My whole basis of everything is, how long is Skeens here? And I know what that answer is because they're not going to sign him to a long-term deal, and he would be apprehensive, I'm sure, to do it based on where his market is going. Where are these guys fit in this? Nice to have them in your system. Can they play? Will they play? We've seen guys. Remember Andujar, who was there, Miguel Andujar. He's bounced around. They got him from Oakland. He had a little pop here. Alexander Canario, same way. You remember him, Logan, a guy who they thought but it didn't work. Mets got rid of him. He came here. Just there's something missing, and that's what happens with these kinds of guys. Maybe you hit on him. Maybe it turns into something big. But I'm not sure that that's the case.
And the Pirates are dead last in the league, Bob, in hitting home runs. So if you can find ways to bring power bats into the roster, whether they're going to be an influential part of the lineup or not, it's a huge deal, I think. If you can get a guy like Garcia for a return in Oviedo, who was a guy that just came off of Tommy John surgery, that's a good move if you're Ben Cherington and starting this offseason.
Until Oviedo becomes Quinn Priester and has 14 wins and all of a sudden gives Boston something they need. I'm just saying. I want to know where these guys are in their development. And if you're going to have Connor Griffin up here to start the season, which I think they're leaning toward doing, then you want to have the younger guys and just let them go and see what happens. That won't satisfy people, especially people like me who want to see them compete now with Paul Skeens and with Bubba Chandler and with Jared Jones. Now, trading Keller, that's a different story. You might be able to get the person you're looking for there. These guys are fine to have in your organization. I'm not so sure if they're going to be the kinds of players that make a difference in the next several years. All right, Mike in Newport. Sorry to make you wait too, Mike. What's going on? Thanks for your patience.
Hi, Bob. Love the show.
Appreciate it.
This is hypothetical. If the Steelers took the call from the Bears and traded Tomlin, where do you think the Bears are? Do you think they got the number 1 seed in NFC?
Well, would they have had Caleb Williams? I'm trying to think of when all this happened. I can't remember when that call was made.
Yeah, they would have.
All right. I still think quarterbacks are important no matter where you go. The Steelers have been waiting for a quarterback for a while, and it's their own doing. They haven't found one. I don't know. That's a very subjective answer. I don't think ever that the Steelers are going to trade him. All these guys have no trade clauses. They have to be, and if Mike Tomlin says, I want a different opportunity, that's a whole different story. But I think it comes back to whether or not he wants to or not. They still can fire. That's a word that's apprehensively used around here, but that still works. And, it's not anything that other teams don't do. You can do all of this. I think at the end of the year, they'll make a decision about which direction they want to go, and we'll see where that is. But they certainly need to be better. They're not a team that they looked at now as a legitimate contender. At least that's not the way I view it. They're a team that could still win this division and get a playoff game. What they do with it, and do they go on a run, that will satisfy a lot of their their needs at this point. But I don't know. It's going to be a good question at the end of the season, Mike.
All right, thanks, Bob.
Yes, sir.
One more thing. Do you think his stock is diminishing, at all?
Not nationally, no. I still think, again, people, when you go through, like the Giants this is their 8th coach since 2017. There are a lot of teams that go through these coaches one after another. I think they look at his resume, and they should, and especially early part of it. It's not been the same since, and a lot of that has to do with his philosophy on both sides of the ball. But he's still a good football mind. I do a show with him every week, and I'm impressed with all the stuff that comes out. Now, I don't know why it doesn't translate to the field. Maybe it's a roster composition, which also Mike has a lot of say in. They need to figure out better players at certain positions if it's a player thing. I think it's a combination scheme, player, that sort of dynamic right now. So, I think all these questions will be answered at least, or addressed to be answered coming up in the offseason. But thank you, Mike. Appreciate the call. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Guy in California. Hello, Guy. How are you?
Hey, Bob. Beautiful morning here in Southern California.
Well, it's a nice brisk morning here. I like cold weather. I know what you're doing out there. You're basking in the sun.
I'm too old to be cold. But listen, if I could talk about Crosby and the Olympic hockey, I'm not excited about Olympic hockey, but I know, Crosby obviously is. He likes international play. And I won't mention any Russian players for obvious reasons. But if you're going to do it, disrupt the NHL season, do it right. I mean, I don't know if you've talked about it before, but the Milan rink is still behind schedule, and it's the wrong size. Let me explain real quick. I'll be real quick here. The NHL rink is 200 by 85,
right.
And the international rinks are shorter, but they're wider. The Milan rink tries, for some reason, because of calculation errors, they combine the two. So it's a shorter rink, and it's also narrower, like the NHL. So it's a shorter international rink and a narrow NHL rink. So it's 220 square feet smaller than the NHL rink.
Okay.
And if following hockey, this tighter play will favor the American style, but the Kachuk brothers are injured, and Hellebuck, has been hobbled. And I don't say this they had the same problems when they played in Torino in 2006. If you remember, the ice was horrible. Along the boards, the ice wasn't even frozen. And people were avoiding those.
So what is your ultimate point here, Guy? Just he shouldn't play?
Or they got to play somewhere else. They don't have to play in Milan. If you're going to take your NHL players, the best players in the world, and you're going to put them on in this sort of rink, one, they've got to get it on. They got to get the rink made. And if they do, they got to make sure that the conditions are correct. You can't take your best players, disrupt the league, send them overseas to play in a suboptimal condition.
I hear what you're saying, and that is potentially a problem. But, Guy, as far as Crosby is concerned, he cherishes these opportunities regardless of the circumstances. So he's going to be a captain of that team. He should be. And you sound like you're not interested in that sort of hockey. I am. I like high stakes, and the Four Nations increased my curiosity in what it may be like in 2026.
I agree. It could be exciting, but I don't think you should disrupt the season. If you're going to play hockey in this sort of, even the Four Nations, they shouldn't do it in the middle of the season because the Kachuk brothers were injured throughout the season. And then if you tell me it's the Four Nations, but it's Four Nations minus Russia. I mean,
I agree with that. They should be included. I understand with the political ramifications of all of this, but these are sports guys who are playing in this country right now, largely, who are going to comprise that roster.
I just wonder if you had heard anything about that.
No, I know. I'm aware of the Milan situation, but I'm not aware that players are not interested in doing them. And thanks for the call, Guy. I always enjoy talking to you, but I got to move along. I got a lot of people here who want to talk. I look forward to that. I think that's a great competition to have. You want Olympic rink size. It increases scoring chances. I will agree with that. It makes it, I think, more up-tempo of a game. But regardless of what rink size they end up having, to me, it's still passionate hockey, and I love that kind of stuff. And I think people do too, and the league recognizes how important it is for their all global growth. So you got to always sacrifice something. That's just the way it is. And in this case, they sacrificed a couple of weeks of their season. 412-928-9370. Let's go out to Bill in Aliquippa. Hello, Bill. How are you?
Robert, my good friend, I just wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas.
This is the legendary Bill Fontana.
I'm lucky I know you. Okay, I'm lucky I know you.
No, I'm lucky I know you because without you, I don't even get a start. Logan, he was running radio stations in Beaver County, specifically Ambridge, Beaver Falls, and stuff like that. And I pestered him to get a chance on the radio, and I would go so far as to bring donuts to his doorstep overnight. Right, Bill? And did you eat them? I hope so.
I wanted to tell you the passion that you had for broadcasting. I mean, you would go to the Aliquippa games with me and leave and go dance at halftime. Your family was just wonderful, have great memories. And I'm excited to watch this Avonworth football team today. That should be a great game on PCN. But I want you to know that I am so impressed with how you've done your homework over the years. And I can't even wipe your you-know-what. You're that good, Bob. I love you and your family, and I want to wish you the merriest of all Christmases. And congratulations. I heard you're a grandfather again, and your wife Lisa's something else. And we had special times at my house, did we not?
It was awesome, Bill, and you and Debbie were great. I appreciate it, especially your wife was willing to dance, and nobody else wanted to dance with me, so thank her for that. And I wish you guys all the best, too. You've been a great influence on my career, and I thank you for that.
I appreciate you. I love you, Rob. Take care.
Billy.
Bye-bye.
All right, thanks, brother. Appreciate it. 412-928-9370. We have Rick in the South Park next up. Hey, Rick, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, Bob?
Good, thank you.
Good. I just want to talk about the Steelers, and I hate to say that I would really like to see them lose the last 5 games of the season just so they can kind of get better draft picks. And I wanted to say that the the offensive and defensive lines have been getting whipped for the last 5 years. And they have a good pass rush and everything, but they just get crushed on the run game, and they can't run the ball.
And that hasn't changed.
Those are the fundamentals.
You know, and that's the thing. Physicality is something they took pride in, and I think they've taken a couple steps back in that regard. And I think we saw it again last week against Buffalo. They dominated the line of scrimmage. And when you do that, you're not going to win many games. And if that's how you're built, then you better figure out how to get better at it. And I'm not going to, there are some young guys who are on it. It's a young offensive line. But the defensive side has really no excuses. They have a lot of veteran guys, and it seems like they're either out of position or not doing enough to stop opposing run games. And there have been big totals again. Now, it's funny how it works too, Rick. When Jonathan Taylor came in here, I thought, okay, they're going to have problems with him, and they didn't. They totally shut him down. They went to Chicago and faced, at the time, the number one rushing offense in football, that two-headed monster they have there. And yet they're largely successful in not making that a factor. At least not to the point that we've seen. So they have had their moments. But, man, consistently, you better do it game in and game out, or it leads to the problems they've had with time of possession.
Exactly. And if I'd like to comment on the Pirates, I don't know if they're going to spend any money in the offseason, but I would really love to see Paul Skeens try to take a crack in the batting cage, because he was a great hitter as a freshman in college. I don't see how he could do any worse than some of these guys hitting 250, leading the Pirates in hitting. So
I know a lot of people agree with that, Rick, but I don't think they'll do that just because of what he represents to them on the mound. But again, I don't know what he'd be like as a hitter. I've seen him in college, and he's a great hitter in college. He was. But I don't think they're going to do that. I get why you think it, though, because you see guys like Ohtani, but that's a whole different situation. But thanks for the call, Rick. Appreciate that.
Right. Thank you.
At 412-928-9370. Got to take a break. Greg in Youngstown and Jay in Pittsburgh, you guys will be coming up next. Don't go away. It's 412-928-9370. I want to talk about Penn State's schedule. And those of you who are Penn State fans, I want to hear what you think about this schedule next year and how many wins you would expect from new head coach Matt Campbell. We'll talk about that and more as we continue here. But also, I want to talk to you about my friends at West Shore Home, because they got a really good holiday deal for you. And they're coming up fast. And many of you, and I understand why, you may be pulling off that home improvement project, but now is the time, really, you can get started on planning for it, knock it out, and you'll save big too. Because as America's most trusted home remodeler, West Shore Home has been helping people transform their homes for nearly 20 decades. They have 60,000 five-star reviews. That's their evidence that they do a really good job, and they do. And their process is quick. It's easy. Now it's even more affordable because they're extending their Black Friday savings until today, this Saturday here. They're doing free installation on all projects. I'll say that again. They're doing free installation on all projects. Whether it's a new bathroom, you may need new windows. How about a front door? How about a patio door? Or even all flooring in your house. If you schedule right now, they're going to waive the installation costs. And one last thing, the team over at West Shore Home, making it even easier to get started. For all of our listeners, they're taking off an extra $500 off your next project. But to get those savings, you got to schedule at westshorehome.com/fan. Lock in those exclusive savings. westshorehome.com/fan. Save $500 on Black Friday savings. Just for our listeners, hey, listen, West Shore Home, that should be your choice for your next home project.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Steelers rolled out Kyle Duggar, Derek Harmon, and Calvin Anderson for tomorrow's game in Baltimore. Kickoff tomorrow at M&T Bank Stadium is at 1 o'clock. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $150 into something bigger when you bet on money lines, spread, totals, player props.
$150 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly
family. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig-speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points to rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join. There's an interesting team out there in Chicago that's won a couple in a row, has some scores you want to look at. Because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com. SportsRadio937TheFan.com.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Trust us, he knows sports.
Man of distinction, eh?
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Back with more here on a brisk Saturday morning in Pittsburgh. Bob Pompiani with you until 1. Logan Arblaster's behind the glass. He'll take the calls at 412-928-9370. So we started talking about the new hire at Penn State, which is Matt Campbell. Terry Smith will be back for 4 more years. Or added $30 million to the NIL. But I'm curious at their schedule. You know, it seems to me like the conference or the playoff committee is now putting an emphasis on, you know, wins, even if they're against competitive teams that you have on your roster. We saw Alabama now has changed their schedule next year. I'm sorry. Trying to call up this Penn State schedule because I want to see what you guys think about how many wins you could expect from Penn State. All right, here we are. So they're going to have Marshall, Temple, and Buffalo to start the season. So they should be 3-0 based on where they are, who they are, and where these games are being played. Then they go on the road for 3 straight. They have at Maryland, at Michigan, at Northwestern. And then they have 4 home games in a row. Minnesota, Purdue, Rutgers, USC, Wisconsin. And then they end the season at Washington. But the point is, there's no Ohio State on this schedule. There's no Oregon on the schedule. I think 8 wins would be probably realistic. Do you expect more? At 412-928-9370. You want to get into that? Penguins playing Dallas tonight, trying to go perfect on this road trip. They came away with wins in Philadelphia and at Tampa Bay. And we have a lot to do with college football games today. Who do you like in some of these matchups? Duke, Virginia. If Duke wins, James Madison gets into the championship playoff. BYU, Texas. If BYU wins, they make an interesting conversation. Then you have Georgia, Auburn, and, of course, the big one tonight, Indiana, Ohio State. Back to the lines we go. It's Greg in Youngstown. Hello, Greg. How are you today?
Hey, good. A couple things, 3 things real quick. The Steelers, I don't have faith in them, but they could win 4 out of 5 games easy because the Ravens are not good, and Jackson is on one leg right now. The Dolphins aren't good, and the Browns aren't good.
Yeah, but the Dolphins have played better, and the Browns are always a nemesis there.
They're playing in Pittsburgh. They're not playing in Miami.
Yeah, but Pittsburgh at home hasn't been all that good lately. You know, some of these games have come and gone.
Dolphins don't win under 40 degrees. They're not going to win in Pittsburgh. And number 2, Pickens is a clown. Glad he's gone. Shows his true colors once again. Will show his colors multiple times again. So I know you wanted him on the team. He is a cancer. Thank God he's gone. I don't care how many yards he has. He's just a cancer.
Okay. Well, I said what I said. I'm not going to move off of it only because I believed he could have, for 1 year, given them yards and touchdowns that they don't have from that number 2 receiver. And I knew this was a possibility, but I also knew they only 1 year left. You can move on from him, good or bad, at the end of the season. I never endorsed signing him long term. All I did was say keep him around for 1 year, test his motivation levels, and see what you can get out of him. He and nobody else but he can control what he's viewed as. He had 8 touchdowns and 1,200 yards, and the view on him was pretty good. And then the other night it was terrible. So, yeah, you're going to get that. He should have avoided that. I'm surprised he did it. I'm surprised he, half-assed his routes. The bottom line is he's still a very talented guy, and that's what I was betting on for the Steelers for 1 more year. You move on from
it.
him.
I agree with you. I agree. And one more thing. Starkey got to lay off Mason Rudolph. Mason Rudolph would not lose us that game in Chicago. Mason Rudolph threw 2 passes in the game, and they told him to throw it down the sideline. I thought Rudolph played good against Chicago. We lost because the defense stunk, and we stopped running the ball when we should have been running the ball even more. So, he has to get off Rudolph. I mean, Rudolph did not lose our season. It was our defense and a lack of a passing game. So, pick on the guys that deserve to be picked on. Don't pick on the guys that don't have anything to do with us losing.
Greg, you're always bringing the fire. Thank you. I'll tell Joe that. I appreciate what Mason Rudolph did in that 3-game stretch. Absolutely, I did. I think that's one of the reasons why Pickett, he expected to be the starter in those games. when Mike Tomlin went with a hot hand and Mason Rudolph, he soured on everything, and I think that's how that relationship soured at the very end. So, yeah, their defense, you got to, the guys who have played the most have to come up with the most. It's as simple as work. That's it. The big star players have to be big star players, and consistently that has not been the case. Jay in Pittsburgh is up next. Hello, Jay. How are you?
Hey, Bob. How are you?
Good. What's
I got
up?
a question. What did you think about Ben Roethlisberger's comments about Pitt moving from Heinz Field to an on-campus stadium in Oakland, and where would they put the stadium?
Well, and it's not going to happen. They're just getting done with this Victory Heights project, and there's no room for that to happen. They made their choice a long time ago. I mean, I'm a big fan, Jay, of on-campus facilities for a lot of reasons. But I thought back when they made the Peterson Event Center, they should have just redone Pitt Stadium and made it a football complex over there more than anything else. They didn't do that. It chose to move in a different direction. They liked the relationship with the Steelers on the south side. I think ultimately down the road, and I don't know how long down the road I'm talking about, but I think you're going to see Pitt and the Steelers have two separate entities on the south side, just to modernize things and make everything better for both. So, but I don't think there's room for it. Where would you put it is the question. What would you have to do in the cost involved? I'd like to know that before I say absolutely no to it.
Would it be possible up near Shenley Park?
Again, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. They'd have to get rid of some things over there, but that's a question for the people at Pitt. I don't have an answer for you. I just don't think it's possible, and I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon.
Okay. Thank you, Bob.
All right, thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. So we'll see. Peterson Event Center is a beautiful place, by the way. I love going there, especially when that team was, in the Big East specifically, and even ACC when it was going well. But it's been tough of late to get the kind of money, I think, and NIL money that they need to make that team get some of the elite players, and that's why the NIL is driving me nuts at times. Unless they come up with a comprehensive way to make it even for all teams to spend the same amount, and I guess I'm talking about a salary cap, then it's very difficult unless you go to the areas that have big-time donors, billionaires in your fan base. If you have those guys, you can hit them up for money. And I think a lot of the places you would look at, they have billionaire owners, billionaire people who would gladly help the football, basketball programs. And that's why it's a little too off the rails for me. Let's go out to Greg, who's in Milwaukee, home of the Brewers, who always seem to do well in the Central Division. Hello, Greg.
Hey, Bob. Thanks for taking my call, and thanks for getting me through the week driving up here with you and Joe. That last caller kind of hit some stuff I wanted to talk about. I totally agree with you 100% on Pickens. And I don't care if he would have had a flare-up like he did the other night. 2 years in a row, Omar Khan has left a gigantic hole at wide receiver. It's unacceptable. It's very unacceptable. And, Bob, one thing about Tomlin, I am not a Tomlin guy. Seems like a great guy. I think he's a below-average coach. And you're a smart guy. Here's a trivia question for you. Can you name the only other coach besides Mike Tomlin that still has a job who went 8 years between playoff wins? And I'll hang up
he still has. Wait a minute. No, he still has a job. You're gonna have to give me the answer. I don't want the answer yet. Let me think about it. Who still has a job?
No, wait a minute. No. He doesn't still have a job. This is in NFL history. Only one other coach went 8 years between playoff wins and still was employed.
Marty Schottenheimer?
No, good guess. Don Shula.
Don Shula. Wow. I wouldn't have guessed that.
Thanks
just
for
because.
taking my call.
Yeah, thank you, Greg.
I love how your positive attitude. I love listening to you guys. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it and enjoy your ride. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that. But that goes to show you, even the ones who are in the Hall of Fame have, and that's why it's a difficult thing to have sustained success. And I'm talking about postseason. Now they've had, regular season success all along, but it's what they do in the postseason, and that's where I think a lot of this comes from, and they have to change that. That's simple as that. And by the way, we'll get you set for the Steelers. We have the game for you at 1 o'clock tomorrow on KDKA, and you can say what you want. There is a little bit of malaise about this rivalry. Normally, we have a lot of stuff going back and forth between players, and there's a lot of hyped issues. Hasn't been so much of that because both teams are struggling right now, and I think both fan bases are frustrated right now. However, it's still for first place in the division. We'll have that game for you at 1. We precede it at 11:30 a.m. before the NFL Today on CBS. Charlie Batch, Rich Walsh, Jerry Dulac, and I, we have the BetMGM Steelers kickoff. And then after the game, Chris Hoke and I will have 2 hours of postgame. We'll take you in the locker room. You're going to hear what players have to say, what Tomlin has to say, plus we'll take your calls all the way until 6 o'clock. Let's get to Chris in Hopewell before we take a break. Hello, Chris. What's up?
Oh, hey, Bob. I just wanted to say a few things. I really think they pay too much for T.J. Watt. I think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but I think they paid for what he did in the past. He's good, but he's not worth the money he's getting now. I think also Metcalf, I think he's a great number 2 wide receiver or maybe a low-end one. And I agree with the last caller. They got to get some other wide receivers in there. And I think Tomlin's days need to be I think we need some new blood in there. Well, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, Chris, they do need a number 2 receiver. They've been searching for that for 2 years, which is why I made the comments I did early in the season about Pickens. I just want production. I'm to the point now where I don't really care about anything else. I want production. If you give me production, and they put up with guys who've been that way, but they've been production guys. So that's one of the things you do. Bottom line is you got to produce. You got to put numbers on. If you're a pain in the neck, okay, try to deal with it as best you can. And this was a short window. There were only 1 more year left on his contract. That's why I went that way. As far as coaches, generally speaking, when you're around this long, you're gonna have people say, well, times have changed. You need to move on and get another opportunity. And listen, I don't know. I think Mike Tomlin really likes it here. I still think he likes what he has. It's up to him to decide that if it's that way. The other option is for Art Rooney just to say that's enough. We're going to move on in a different direction. And there's nothing wrong with that either. I mean, I think most coaches, life expectancy, if I had to do a search on life expectancy for coaches in all sports, it's not that long. 5 to 7 years on good coaches. I think Mike Sullivan was a good example of that. It's just one of those things that happens over the course of time. So it's nobody's fault other than it's just been a long time. Now, can they change the narrative and win this division and win some playoff games? If that happens, things will change back, although I still believe there's going to be a faction of people who won't believe it and still will have the same narrative. I understand it. Everybody has opinions on this. But the bottom line is they got to do better in the postseason. Get there and win games and win them impressively and don't lose them the way they've been losing them with so many blowouts in the first quarter of games. I think that's what really pushes the narrative along even more is the way they've lost some of these games. All right, 412-928-9370. Zach, we'll come back with you after a break. This is the Bob Pompiani Show. It's a brisk Saturday. Got a lot of big football games on today, a big hockey game for the Penguins tonight in Dallas, and much more we'll talk about right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. December's Fan Beer of the Month is Grist House's Hazedelic Juice Grenade. And the charity of the month is the American Cancer Society. Your purchase helps fuel critical research, advocacy, and patient support.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. The Steelers rolled out Kyle Duggar, Derek Harmon, and Calvin Anderson for tomorrow's game in Baltimore. Kickoff tomorrow at M&T Bank Stadium is at 1 o'clock. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Fine Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, EJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, EGT Truck, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good rich guys.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
'Tis the season for making memories. Give the gift of more time together at the Dick's House of Sport Outdoor Ice Rink, now open. Join us on the ice for events all winter long. Enjoy open skates and skate sharpening. Rent the rink, host a party, learn to skate, and more. Plus, shop the widest selection of the hottest brands like Nike, Carhartt, Columbia, UGG, Stanley, and the North Face. Unforgettable moments start here at Dick's House of Sport. Visit dicks.com/House of Sport to see what's happening on the ice.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The Neofis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance for more than 60 years. The team at the Neofis Insurance Group knows that finding the right protection for you and your family's needs is important. That's why they partnered with Nationwide, offering protection for you, your family, your business, and your future. Call the Neofis Insurance Group at 412-364-3388 for an on-your-side review. That's 412-364-3388 or online at neofisinsurance.com. That's NEOFES Insurance.com.
Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with Alla Familia's 5- and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, Diablo, and Bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at allafamiliafinefoods.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers, and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Looking for the perfect gift? Rivers Casino has you covered. For a limited time, purchase a $100 non-gaming gift card and receive a $20 bonus gift card. Whether it's for your family or yourself, it's the perfect holiday gift. Visit the cashier or stop by the Landing Hotel to purchase today. And we'll see you this holiday at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. If it's a Berg sports thing, we got you covered. This is magnificent. This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It is a cold day out there, but it's a brisk day. I like these kinds of days. You go out there and enjoy it if you want. Do a lot of things out there. You can even golf, I think. That's just me. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Temperatures in the 30s today and tomorrow. Temperatures in the 20s throughout the course of next week. It's going to get lower and colder. I still play golf in this. And if you like indoor golf, the best place to go, they have so many great places, but the one I go to is 9 Yard Sports Golf Lounge. It's in Washington County. They're just about to open up a new one in the block in Northway. 9 Yards gives you the full 9 Yards experience over there. And great simulators. They have this thing called Golf Zone. Very helpful to your golf game, at least it is for me. Pop-up tees, you never have to put a ball in a tee. It does it for you. All right, let's go out to Zach in New Kensington. I made you wait, Zach. Sorry about that, but you're on right now. Go right ahead.
No, it's no problem. Thank you, Bob. Big fan.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling.
Hey, so my thoughts about the Steelers, I think that it starts with our general manager, Omar Khan. Like, I believe that the team is is built very poorly in the sense that we got rid of George Pickens for not really a great return.
Well, third round, they're still valuable picks.
I would name one third-round pick at the top of your head that won a Super Bowl.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, I mean, they're out there. You hit me at the top of my head. What am I going to do?
Okay. And then my next point is that we didn't sign Najee Harris's fifth-year option. I think that would have been a cheap thing. I'm not saying that he would have done anything great for this team, but I think an offensive weapon of any sort on this team would work. I believe that Tomlin's teams and his defenses, they work when there is a lead or a game is tight. But if the offense doesn't produce, nothing gets done.
But let me
even
though Omar is the GM, it is Mike Tomlin has a lot of influence. I don't think anyone would deny that.
Agreed.
This roster composition is one of those things where they've missed on some things of late. They haven't drafted a good cornerback in a long time. They chose Terrell Edmonds over Lamar Jackson in the 2018 draft. And this was toward the end of Ben Roethlisberger's career, and they should have been looking at another quarterback.
And they took Kendrick Green, right?
And made him a center. There's a lot of flaws with how what they've done of late, for sure. And so it's a combination.
And so Tomlin cannot be given autonomy and pure agency when it comes to making these decisions. And somebody has to be able to say, hold your horses. Somebody has to be able to tell him there are offensive minds and defensive minds that are just as sharp as his. And somebody's not doing that. That's my point.
Well, he's responsible for his own coaching staff, so that would be on him. He hires them.
Okay. Yeah. Then in that case, then it is on him. Yeah. I still feel, though, we have receivers that are not 6 foot tall. Okay. That's an issue. We have one receiver that is taller than 6 foot, and he has rock hands. When he goes to catch that ball, I don't know if he's going to knock it down or if he's going to tip it in the air. I honestly hold my breath.
Well, listen.
Every time he goes to get the ball thrown to him.
They gave. You're talking about Metcalf, right? Is that who you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Well, he's not been the player I think a lot of people thought when he signed his $150 million contract. And I don't know if that's more scheming or less him or whatever they're doing. It's not good enough.
Because there's no Robin, right? Like Kobe.
Well, yeah, you need, and that's exactly why I wanted to see.
You know what I mean? Everybody. Michael Jordan didn't win until Scottie Pippen showed up, and so there is nobody to help him in that sense, and that is because somebody didn't fill a hole, and they didn't fill it all year, and they still haven't filled it. Their answer was Adam Thielen.
Well, yeah, and before that, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. He hasn't even played, although he may play tomorrow.
And so, like, where is this think tank?
And before that, Mike Williams last year. I mean, they've tried to search for these people. Thanks, Zach, for the call. I got to move along here real quick. But yeah, they have not done a good enough job bringing in the kind of talent they need, at least to have a passing game that can complement a running game. They don't stay on their running game enough, and most of these passes that you see are kind of a complementary run game. Essentially, they're throwing the ball at the line of scrimmage or a little bit over the line of scrimmage, but nothing down the field. They have to be better with that. All right, I got to go here. I know there's more callers on. I wish someone was here to take them for you, right? Logan, you can stay if you want to do it. But we have Colin and Erwin, Matt in San Francisco. I'd love to get to you, but we are out of time. So thank you very much for attempting to get in. We'd like to do it again next time. I'll be here next Saturday, same time, 11 to 1. Love to talk to you. And at that point, we're getting ready for the Dolphins, and we'll see where the Steelers are, either in second or first. Because of the big game coming up tomorrow in Baltimore, Ravens are 6-point favorites. Lamar Jackson will go, although he's been hampered with his hamstring injury pretty much all season long, and it's affected his play. Can the Steelers take advantage of that? A place where they got really throttled the last time they were in that wild card game, 28-14. They gave up 299 rushing yards. That certainly has got to change. Once again, thank you to your listeners. I appreciate you calling. Hope you have a good weekend. Logan, thank you very much for your expertise. Always appreciate it.
Thank you, Bob.
And I'll see you again next week, and I'll see you on Monday on the Pomp and Joe Show. We'll have a lot to unwrap there at 412-928-9370. Hope you have a great weekend. I'm Bob Pompiani, signing off. Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with nearly 200 in stock. From the Forte and Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there's a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochrane's clear-cut pricing structure gives you the absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochrane Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson or shop online at CochraneKia.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
NFL Sunday's coming. You got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better because this week, FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. So however you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sundays should feel like. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Let's count the ways that number one Cochrane Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with nearly 200 in stock. From the Forte and Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there's a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochrane's clear-cut pricing structure gives you the absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochrane Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson or shop online at CochraneKia.com.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spiritwear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232.